Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into something ancient. No, not a toga. I mean the daily life of a Roman emperor. Specifically, how someone who literally rules the known world manages to stay clean. Or, at least what they considered clean. Spoiler alert, there will be olive oil, there will be urine, and there will definitely be at least one unfortunate sponge. You're going to smell like roasted lavender and donkey milk by the end of this, and you probably won't survive this particular career path, so yeah, just a heads up. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. I'm always curious who else is still awake at 2 AM polishing their historical hygiene knowledge. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. It's just before dawn in the Imperial Palace, and you, His Glorious Highness, Emperor of the Romans, are still nestled in a bed carved from dark African cedar, draped with imported silk sheets embroidered with golden thread. The mattress is stuffed with goose down, and the pillows smell faintly of chamomile and civet musk. There's a breeze creeping through the open lattice windows, and somewhere in the gardens, a slave is already pouring scented water into bronze kettles for your morning routine. You hear it, barely, but you don't stir. Not until the senior valet snaps his fingers just once. Then everything moves at once. 3 eunuchs glide silently into the room. One draws back the gauzy curtains around your bed. Another kneels and slips soft felt slippers onto your feet before they ever touch the cold marble floor. The third presents a folded cloth warmed by the brazier, your face towel, soaked in rose and laurel infusion. The goal here isn't just cleanliness. It's ritual, symbolism, control. The gods awaken with you. The empire stretches and yawns as your eyes open. You're the centre of the world's clock. As you sit up, more servants arrive. The imperial wardrobe team, the hygiene attendants, a secretary with today's scroll of events. But you don't speak yet. The first step of the day is always silent. You sit on a low stool beside the bed, while 2 young boys wash your hands and forearms using a stream of lukewarm water, poured from a silver ewer into an engraved basin. There's no soap. Instead, they use a soft linen cloth and a paste of ground herbs, marjoram, thyme, and something that smells faintly like cardamom. It leaves your skin slightly oily but fragrant. Your face is gently dabbed, never scrubbed. The idea of friction on the imperial cheeks is borderline treasonous. Once clean, they pat on a thin coat of Egyptian almond oil to protect against the dry Roman air. You lean back and let it happen. These attendants have trained for years, some of them from childhood, to serve the emperor without nick, bruise or pause. They time everything to your breath. You finally speak a single low-voiced proceed. That's all they need. Now comes the changing of the sleepwear. Your night tunic, if you even wore it, is peeled away and taken to be laundered in fermented urine, a detail you choose to ignore for the sake of morning serenity. In its place, a loose undergarment is fastened at your waist and shoulders, expertly adjusted to avoid even a hint of wrinkling. The textiles are soft, imported from Alexandria or further east, dyed with costlier pigments than most senators make in a year. Peculiar aspect of this moment. You're never truly alone, and yet you must act as if you are. Decorum demands detachment. You don't look at your attendants. You certainly don't thank them. Hygiene here isn't intimacy, it's ceremony. The more hands involved, the more powerful you appear. It's not about keeping germs away. It's about keeping distance between your godlike body and the vulgarity of labour. Historically speaking, Roman emperors from Augustus to Commodus followed a similar routine, modified by personal quirks. Some added full-body massages at this stage. Others insisted on specific oils from distant provinces. Hadrian, for example, was said to prefer a thick lavender and clove rub before even standing up. And Nero? He allegedly insisted that his linens be changed 3 times before sunrise, each batch soaked in saffron water and pressed between ivory paddles. Whether true or not, it's the kind of detail historians love to argue about. Was it vanity? Was it ritual? Was it just weird? But now, with your limbs fresh and your senses bathed in botanicals, you rise. A quiet bell sounds. The bath attendants, yes, a different group entirely, are ready. You won't be bathing just yet, but the preparation begins now. In the next chamber, warm basins await, and a barber stands by with an expression that says, "Please, for the love of Jupiter, don't flinch." As you walk across the cool stone floor, your reflection catches on polished bronze shields mounted like mirrors. You glance, briefly. Your hair's a mess. Your face shines a little too much. But no matter. Within the hour, you'll look like a marble statue that smells like a bakery. Oh, and fun fact for your sleepy brain to chew on. Historians still don't agree on whether emperors like Marcus Aurelius followed these rituals with genuine modesty or begrudging duty. Some argue that Stoics downplayed opulence, others say even the most philosophical ruler couldn't resist the allure of lemongrass oil, and 12 people fussing over his cuticles, scholarly debate at its finest. So now that you've been lovingly towel-dabbed, lightly oiled, and socially distanced by 15 barefoot attendants in matching tunics, what's next? You're going to get a shave, and not just any shave. A shave with a razor that hasn't been sterilised since the last invasion. The shaving room is cool and dimly lit, even in the early Roman sun. The floor is tiled in tiny mosaics depicting Venus bathing, and a low incense burner perfumes the air with sandalwood and fennel, meant to calm your nerves, though it rarely works. Today's razor is bronze, curved and freshly honed, against a whetstone by a barber whose hands do not shake, because shaking is a career-ending offence when you're shaving the face of the emperor. You ease into the reclining chair, not some pillowy seat of luxury, but a firm stone-built affair draped in fine cloth, just soft enough to cradle the divine jawline. Your head tilts back slightly, and 2 attendants hold silver mirrors to either side of your face, angling them just right so that the barber slave can see the contours he must follow. The blade glints. He dips it in warm water, flicks off the excess with a practiced snap, and murmurs a quiet prayer to Fortuna under his breath. He does this every morning. You pretend not to hear it. There's no shaving cream. Instead, your face is covered in a layer of thick oil, either olive or almond, depending on the season, mixed with a trace of crushed herbs to help numb the skin and dull the smell of metal. The oil makes the blade glide mostly. But even so, shaving in ancient Rome is a blood sport. One wrong angle, one distracted flick of the wrist, and suddenly you're no longer the emperor. You're just a bleeding neck and a massive constitutional crisis. The blade slides along your cheek with an audible hiss. One stroke wipe, another stroke, a pause. The silence in the room is absolute. The barber doesn't breathe through his nose. He barely blinks, and you keep your eyes open, fixed on the ceiling where the gods are painted in soft blues and golds, watching this absurd moment like a celestial audience at a comedy. Mars would probably be laughing. Sometimes the barber trims your hair at the same time, if your schedule allows. He uses small scissor-like shears made from iron, dulled by overuse, and far from precise, but emperors do not fuss about split ends. Unless you're Nero, who supposedly kept several barbers on rotation, each trained to emulate the angle of his favourite curls. You, however, are more practical. You want the chin clean, the jawline visible, and no bleeding unless medically sanctioned. A little quirky fact slips into your morning as the barber suddenly stops. He's found a stubborn patch of stubble beneath your chin. He signals for a second blade. A younger boy rushes over and swaps it in with something that looks more like a dagger than a grooming tool. You remain still, the emperor does not flinch, but you're mentally calculating how long it would take to have this boy exiled to some mosquito-infested swamp if he nicks your neck, just in case. Of course, there's no antiseptic, no alcohol rinse, no sterile gauze. If the blade does cut, a dab of honey might be applied, or maybe some vinegar if you're feeling dramatic. Infection is always a looming threat. The barber lives with that knowledge. He's seen his predecessor disappear after one unfortunate morning nick. You were younger then, less forgiving. The shave continues down your neck, carefully navigating the hollow of your throat, the curve beneath your ears. There's a brief moment of tugging, likely a stubborn ingrown hair. You don't sigh, you barely breathe. By the time the final swipes are complete and the oil is gently dabbed away with a warmed cloth, your skin gleams like polished marble. A final oil is patted on, frankincense infused, meant to soothe the irritation and leave a divine scent behind. You sit up slowly, like a statue being unveiled. The mirrors remain in place. You study your face, clean, composed. Possibly a bit smug, but that's to be expected. There's power in the razor. You've just survived another day's gamble with death by grooming. Here's a curious little historical aside. Roman emperors often used shaving as a form of propaganda. Clean-shaven meant youthful, strong, controlled. Beards were rare and often symbolic. Hadrian notably wore one. partly to hide facial scars, some say, and partly to signal his admiration for Greek philosophers. Scholars still argue about it. Was it a political move, a fashion statement, or just a personal preference disguised as imperial strategy? Now that your face is smooth and glowing, you're escorted to the next phase of hygiene, oral care. But before that, the barber has one last duty, the ritual of blade inspection. He kneels and presents both razors on a velvet cloth. You glance at them, nod and say nothing. If you wanted to, you could have them destroyed and remade with gold, but there's something you respect about these utilitarian tools. They remind you that even emperors have stubble. You rise, now fully scented and shaven, and step into the adjoining room where the dental attendants await. You're not looking forward to this. The brushes are stiff, the powder's sharp, and the taste? Somewhere between burnt bone and oyster shell with a hint of mint, if you're lucky. But that's tomorrow's misery. For now, you stand tall. The shave is done. The empire hasn't collapsed. Your skin is flawless, or close enough, and no one had to be executed today. Not bad for a Monday. You make your way through another tiled corridor, barefoot still, your freshly shaved face catching faint echoes in the bronze mirrors hung like silent spectators. Every surface in the palace gleams, stone polished with vinegar, mosaics scrubbed by slaves before dawn. Even the air feels like it's been perfumed for your nostrils alone. But now, as you pass beneath a low arch carved with scenes of Neptune rising from the sea, the faint but unmistakable scent of calcium dust and crushed shells signals your next ordeal. Dental hygiene. Yes, oral care in ancient Rome is its own little circle of dignity-erasing torment. You enter the dental chamber, or more accurately, a niche in the wall with stools and shelves of tiny jars, and take your seat. A low stone platform serves as your throne, and a slave approaches, carrying a slender twig wrapped in wool, soaked in mint oil. The Roman toothbrush, well, sort of. Technically, it's a frayed stick from the Salvadora tree, or something close to it, used to poke and scrape at your imperial teeth. But before any brushing begins, there's a preparation ritual. A powdered mixture is brought to you in a carved alabaster dish. It's bone white, literally, and made from crushed ox bone, oyster shells, and a bit of charcoal. Sometimes a pinch of baking soda is added, though it won't be called that for another 100 to 800 years. You dab your finger into the mixture, press it onto your tongue, and grimace as it begins to fizz slightly. The sensation is like licking sandpaper that's been sitting in the sun too long. Refreshing. The dental slave then applies more of the powder directly to the twig and begins the process. There's no personal space. He leans in, breath held, hand steady. The scraping begins, front teeth first, then the molars, and finally a deep and unfortunately thorough massage along your gum line. The taste is bitter, the sound is unpleasantly gritty, and the entire affair lasts long enough for you to seriously consider banning food altogether. Who needs chewing when this is the price? But the best, or worst, is yet to come, the rinse. You're handed a small silver cup filled with something yellowish and warm. You already know what it is, a solution of Portuguese urine, collected from chamber pots and fermented for days until its ammonia content reaches peak potency. This, they believe, whitens teeth. Pliny the Elder wrote about it. Claudius was rumoured to gargle with it before every Senate session. You tip the cup back, swish once, twice, and force yourself to hold your breath. The tang is unmistakable. Quirky fact, this wasn't considered weird, it was commercial. Merchants actually imported vats of Portuguese urine to Rome specifically for dental and laundry use. There's even record of taxes levied on urine collection and sales under Emperor Vespasian, whose name became synonymous with public urinals, Vespasianae. Think of it as the ancient world's version of a toothbrush subscription service, only much, much grosser. Once you spit, delicately of course, into a bronze spittoon shaped like a lion's head, your dental slave inspects your mouth for any signs of decay. Toothaches are considered a minor curse, but dental surgery is horrifying enough to make you contemplate embracing the pain. The options for treatment range from herbal poultices to the Roman version of a root canal, yanking the offending tooth out with iron tongs after numbing your gums with wine and poppy extract. You don't need any of that today, thankfully. Now comes the tooth powder rinse. It's finer than the paste used earlier, almost silky in texture, and mixed with crushed mint leaves, cloves, and powdered coral. You rub it between your fingers and then across your teeth and gums. This final step is more for scent than hygiene. It leaves your breath slightly sweet, your gums tingling, and your dignity, well, wherever it wandered off to during the urine gargle. By the end, you rise, slightly dizzy, and accept a tiny cloth dipped in rosewater to wipe your lips. Then, with the final touch of imperial showmanship, you flick your hand to dismiss the dental team. They bow and vanish as if dissolved by magic. You know they'll reset everything for the next day, refill the powder jars, soak the twigs, ferment the next batch of rinse. Hygiene here is relentless. Scholars still argue over how widespread these practices were. Some believe only the upper crust of Roman society maintained such rigorous routines. Others suggest even common citizens used similar tooth powders, albeit with cheaper ingredients. The truth is likely somewhere in the middle. The empire loved its rituals, and cleanliness, even the symbolic kind, was a mark of status. But emperors, you had to be the cleanest of them all, even if it meant dousing your teeth in pee and smiling like nothing happened. Now your teeth shine, your breath vaguely resembles a meadow soaked in vinegar, and your tongue feels like it's been sandblasted. It's a good time to revisit the face one last time. A polished bronze mirror is handed to you. You peer at your reflection, no parsley between the teeth, no cuts on your chin, no reason for public humiliation. Success. And just as you're about to relax, the hygiene steward clears his throat gently and says, "The body groomers are ready, Dominus." Ah yes, the clipping, the plucking, the polishing, because being emperor isn't just about ruling. It's about maintaining the illusion that your pores don't exist and your body hair obeys the laws of decorum. You take a breath, steel yourself, and head toward the next room where tweezers gleam like surgical tools, and your eyebrows are about to undergo imperial judgment. The grooming room is already warm when you enter, not from sun but from heated tiles beneath the marble floor. It smells of thyme oil and beeswax polish. The kind of scent that says, you're about to get plucked within an inch of your dignity. A row of grooming slaves waits along one wall, each holding a different tool. Bronze tweezers, ivory nail scrapers, pumice stones, a tiny file made of shark skin. Their eyes stay low, their hands steady. You take your seat on a padded stool and extend your arms, already bracing for the familiar tug and sting. First comes the fingernail inspection. Hands are everything to a Roman emperor. People see you gripping scrolls, lifting goblets, gesturing during speeches. Those fingers must look like they've never seen a day of labour, even if you secretly used them yesterday to strangle a particularly insolent olive merchant. The grooming attendant kneels and lifts your hand with all the reverence of a priest handling relics. He examines your cuticles, tuts softly, and begins his work. The nails are cleaned with a narrow pick, then filed into perfect half-moons. There's no polish in the modern sense, but after scraping and buffing, a dab of clear oil is rubbed in to give your fingertips a light, healthy sheen. The effect is subtle, just enough to suggest you drink spring water and make good decisions. Meanwhile, another attendant begins the slow process of shaping your brows. Yes, Roman men pluck their eyebrows, especially emperors. Unibrows are seen as unfortunate. Wild arches, barbaric. Yours must be clean, symmetrical, and slightly dramatic, commanding respect without looking like you care too much. The tweezers pinch. You don't react. You've trained yourself not to. Every pluck is accompanied by a quiet little breath from the attendant, like he's trying to time the pain with your exhale. He finishes by smoothing a calming balm over your brow bone. You feel nothing. That's the goal. Now comes the arm hair assessment. In Rome, smoothness means sophistication. Too hairy and you're mistaken for a Gaul. Too bare and you risk accusations of vanity unbecoming a man of the people. So your arms are trimmed with a small razor, just enough to tame the wildness, then oiled. Everything is always oiled. Olive oil with a touch of lemon balm rubbed in circles until your skin glows faintly in the light. It smells clean but not feminine. That distinction matters. Here's the weird fact of the day. Roman elite actually debated the proper way to deal with body hair. Philosophers like Seneca thought it foolish to obsess over smooth limbs, while others praised it as part of good grooming and public respectability. There were even guidelines, yes, actual guides, on which areas were acceptable to depilate and which weren't. Armpits? Definitely. Legs? Only if you're a gladiator or actor. Arms? Debatable. Back? Quietly taken care of, no questions asked. After your upper body is tended to, it's time for the feet. A new set of slaves enters, specialists in soles. Your feet are placed on a low marble pedestal and the dry, calloused areas are gently scraped with flat stones and sea sponge. A thin layer of clay is applied to the heels to soften them, then rubbed away with a cloth until the skin feels like it belongs to someone who's never walked further than the garden colonnade. Your toenails are trimmed with tiny bronze clippers, then shaped and smoothed. A fine powder made of crushed poppy petals and charcoal is dabbed between your toes, not just for scent, but to prevent irritation inside your sandals later. It's a bit ticklish, and you have to stifle a twitch. One of the slaves notices and quickly lowers his gaze. Any reaction is a crack in the mask. The Emperor is not ticklish, the Emperor feels nothing. Then comes the final detail, perfumed dust. It's a blend of orris root, myrrh and fine ash, rubbed across the neck, behind the ears, and along your inner arms. It smells faintly floral with a warm, earthy note. The idea is that if you sweat, it'll mask the odour and absorb some of the moisture. Deodorant doesn't exist, but perfumed powders are everywhere. Even your tunic will be dusted with them. And yet, there's one more moment of grooming before you can escape this chamber. The beard check. You're clean-shaven, yes, but the stylist must examine for hidden hairs, those rebellious sprouts beneath the jaw or just inside the ear. He tilts your head, squints, and reaches for a needle-fine tweezer. You already know this part will hurt. It always does, but you grit your teeth, let him see you and pluck. 1, 2, 3, each sting followed by a soft puff of breath to soothe the skin. By the time you stand, you're practically glowing. Your skin is smooth, your fingers manicured, your face flawless. You smell like an herb garden made love to a spice market, and still you're not done. From a quiet alcove, a wardrobe attendant steps forward, holding a polished wooden case. Inside are tiny glass vials, cosmetics. You'll be wearing makeup today. Not in the modern sense of contouring and mascara, but enough to even out your complexion. A thin layer of white lead paste, yes, lead, because apparently glowing like a ghost is fashionable, will be dabbed onto your cheeks and forehead, followed by a slight blush made from ground cinnabar. You'll look healthy, lively, ready to be adored by senators and scribes. This is where the scholars like to bicker. Did emperors really wear makeup every day? Or only on special occasions? Some say it was routine for formal appearances. Others argue it depended on the man. Nero certainly. Augustus, maybe. Marcus Aurelius? Hard to picture, but even stoic philosophers don't want to look tired at public sacrifice. Your makeup is applied with cloth pads gently patted onto the skin, then brushed with a feather to blend. It catches the light just right. You glance in the mirror again. You don't look like you've spent an hour being scraped and tweezed. You look like you were born this perfect. Now dressed in a fresh undertunic, body glistening subtly, breath relatively fresh, nails trimmed, brow sharp, and jawline visible from the moon, you're prepared for the next sacred duty of the day, putting on clothes that weigh more than some senators. And while they're getting your toga ready, someone quietly hands you a cup of honeyed wine. Not for thirst, for morale. You sip. The day is just beginning, and you haven't even reached the latrines. You sip the honeyed wine slowly, letting the syrupy sweetness slide across your tongue and coat whatever bitterness still lingers from the earlier dental horror show. The cup is small, its handle moulded into the shape of a hippocamp, half horse, half fish. Because when you're emperor, even your drinkware is mythological. Around you, attendants bustle like a silent orchestra, preparing for the next stage of the hygiene process, the sacred ceremony of getting dressed. But first, there's the final sweep. A last round of grooming done with nearly surgical precision. The plucking and polishing are over, but now it's about finesse. One servant brings a fine silk cloth lightly dusted with gold powder and runs it across your arms, chest and legs. Not for cleaning, but to remove any lingering lint, oil residue or stray hair. Another steps in with a bronze mirror and inspects your ears, nostrils and neckline. Yes, every orifice is accounted for. Emperors don't have rogue nose hairs. That would be chaos. And then, the wardrobe commander, yes, that's an actual position, approaches. He's an older man, gaunt and rigid, with a memorized knowledge of fabrics and folds that could put Cicero to shame. In his hands are your undergarments, a fresh loincloth and a linen undertunic, both meticulously laundered in what you are absolutely sure was urine. You try not to think about it. The cloth smells faintly of lavender and myrrh, so the laundry slaves have done their job well. No hint of its pungent past remains. Slaves help you step into the loincloth first, wrapping and knotting it in a swift, practiced motion that preserves your dignity, or whatever's left of it after being exfoliated like an overripe fig. The linen undertunic follows, pulled over your head and adjusted so it drapes evenly over both shoulders. A broad sash is tied around your waist, and a delicate chain of polished bronze links is fastened across your chest. Not jewellery, but a sort of fastener that keeps the fabric in check. This is just the first layer. The real challenge begins with the toga. Ah, the toga, the symbol of Roman power and citizenry. A massive semicircle of woolen cloth, often 20 feet long, dyed snowy white, or, if you're in full imperial mode, edged with a deep purple stripe called the clavus. Today's toga is imperial crimson, dyed with Tyrian purple, extracted painstakingly from tens of thousands of murex snails. It costs more than a small villa, and smells faintly of the sea, because it basically is the sea condensed into fabric. Putting it on is not something you do yourself. Don't be ridiculous. The toga is less a garment than a topographical event, and it takes at least 3 people, sometimes 4, to wrap and drape it correctly. One slave holds the fabric taut, another gathers the folds, a third adjusts the front so the layered pleats sit just right, cascading like marble steps down your chest. The fourth, he's the toga whisperer. He stands back, squints, and adjusts the drape by millimetres, ensuring you don't look like a wine-soaked senator stumbling home from Saturnalia. The result is majestic. You look wider, taller, more commanding. The folds suggest wealth, education, moral uprightness, and divine favour. Never mind that you can't raise your arms above your waist, and walking now involves a slight shuffle. That's the price of power. If fashion is armour, the toga is your mobile fortress. With the toga settled, attention returns to your feet. Another slave kneels and carefully cleans them again, not because they're dirty, but because the act itself is symbolic. Imperial feet must always be pure before stepping into public view. He wipes between each toe with a perfumed cloth, then buffs the soles lightly with a pumice stone until they're baby soft. You almost feel bad for him, crouched there with your sandal straps in his mouth to warm them before slipping them over your feet. Almost. The sandals are simple in design, leather, with straps that wind up your ankles, but custom made to fit perfectly. The bottoms are lined with goat leather, and rubbed with a thin paste of crushed mint leaves to keep them from smelling offensive after a day of sweating through statecraft. The straps are tightened just enough to stay secure without cutting off circulation. A final dusting of rose powder is applied to your toes. The effect? You are now immaculate from head to heel. Here's the quirky bit. Roman laundry slaves were actually considered skilled labourers. They didn't just wash garments, they manipulated scents, textures and finishes. Some togas were pressed using heated glass spheres, others were folded in precise patterns and stored in cedar chests to maintain shape. And if your toga didn't have the right drape, it could signal weakness, or, even worse, a lack of taste. Emperors have been whispered about for less. Historians still bicker about how often emperors change their clothes. Some sources suggest daily outfit swaps, especially after bathing, while others argue that such opulence was frowned upon, at least publicly. But let's be honest, if you're surrounded by artisans whose only job is to make you look like Jupiter's more stylish cousin, you're probably not repeating outfits. Now fully dressed, you take a moment to admire yourself in the full-length mirror, a polished sheet of bronze set into a mosaic frame. The reflection isn't sharp, but you can make out the posture, the layering, the carefully oiled skin beneath the drape. You look like a statue come to life, exactly the point. And just when you think your hygiene routine might be mercifully complete, a page boy arrives with a quiet cough and a sealed note. You crack it open. It's from the imperial physician. A gentle reminder that it's nearly time for your digestive massage and mid-morning breath treatment. You sigh. Apparently we're not done yet. Not until every muscle has been kneaded, every scent neutralised and every orifice accounted for. You hand off the note, lift your chin, and shuffle forward in your stiff ceremonial splendour. You may not be able to walk fast, but you'll smell incredible doing it. The corridor to the massage chamber is long and lined with busts of former emperors, their stone eyes hollow, their expressions fixed in that peculiar combination of serenity and constipation. You pass each one in your slow, measured glide, toga balanced like a coiled serpent across your arm. Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, still smirking. You wonder, briefly, how many of them went through these same motions, massaged, oiled, rubbed down like prize horses before facing the day's political races. The air grows warmer as you approach the next chamber, heavy with the scent of chamomile and pressed olive oil. Inside, the room is dark and womb-like, the walls tiled with deep red terracotta, each one etched with tiny wave patterns. It's designed to soothe, to silence the mind, to reset the imperial body. The massage table is wide and flat, covered in folded linen and goat leather, and beside it stands the physician's apprentice, a slender young man with palms already glistening from oil. He bows as you enter, murmurs your name in full, and gestures toward the table. The ritual begins. You lie down, face forward, arms resting at your sides. The toga is pulled away carefully, laid aside like a sacred garment, revealing your back and legs. There's no nudity taboo here, not for the Emperor, not in a place like this. In fact, there's a kind of medical reverence to it. The body is a map, and the massage is how they keep the landscape stable. The oil is warm, spiced with coriander and juniper, and poured slowly down the length of your spine. It pulls in the small of your back and is spread outward with long, firm strokes. This isn't just indulgence, it's maintenance. Your life involves constant tension, diplomatic pressure, military updates, assassination rumours before lunch. The muscles must be softened, the knots worked out, or else the stress will fester and manifest in ways the Senate might notice. You can't afford to twitch during a speech. As the massage begins in earnest, the apprentice follows a specific map of the body, a Roman blend of Greek humoral theory and early anatomical observation. He presses along pressure points on the shoulders, pinches at spots just below the ribs, digs thumbs into the base of the neck where your stress nests like a coiled adder. Every movement is deliberate. He uses flat stone rollers and rounded wooden dowels to stimulate the flesh, improve circulation, and keep the skin supple. This is not relaxing, it's intense, almost brutal, but afterward you'll feel weightless. Curiously, Roman physicians often recommended massage as a daily health practice for the elite, not just for comfort, but to prevent illness. They believed that bad humours could settle into the flesh and stiffen the body, inviting imbalance and disease. The physician Galen, whose teachings dominate this era, claims that massage, when done correctly, could influence everything from digestion to mental clarity. You can't prove any of that, but you also haven't caught the plague this year, so who's to argue? The apprentice moves to your legs, working oil into your thighs and calves, flexing your feet and rubbing the arches with deliberate pressure. You feel joints loosen. A mild cramp releases in your lower back. You almost groan but catch yourself. Emperors don't groan, not unless there's a death involved. And then, the final stage, the digestive massage. You roll onto your back, eyes on the domed ceiling painted with hunting scenes. The apprentice warms his hands again and begins to gently press into your abdomen in slow, circular motions. This is to aid elimination, according to Roman theory. It's also surprisingly calming, especially after a heavy breakfast of bread soaked in milk and honeyed figs. Your stomach gurgles softly in response, which is perfectly normal but still mildly embarrassing when 10 people are standing nearby pretending not to notice. Speaking of elimination, you'll be visiting the imperial latrine soon, but not just yet. First comes the finishing treatment, the breath ritual. You sit up slowly, now glistening like a well-oiled statue of Apollo in human form. A servant steps forward with a shallow bowl filled with tiny white pellets. Pastilles made of frankincense, mastic gum and powdered cinnamon. You pop one in your mouth and begin to chew. It's hard and resinous, and your jaw works slowly against the stickiness. The flavour is sharp, almost medicinal, and it floods your sinuses. Not unpleasant, but definitely assertive. After chewing, you take a sip from another small goblet, this time a strong herbal infusion made with anise, fennel and cardamom. It's meant to settle your digestion and freshen the breath further. You swish it around, then spit it into a golden basin shaped like a dolphin. The breath ritual is done. Your mouth now smells like a perfumed garden that got drunk on spices. No one in the Senate will dare accuse you of halitosis today. Here's the offbeat historical nugget of the hour. Some Roman nobles would go even further, having their personal chefs prepare food specifically to sweeten the breath. Think candied herbs, honeyed seeds, or little sugar-like lozenges made from dried fig skins and myrtle. Some records even suggest boiling eucalyptus leaves to create a kind of chewable wax. No, it didn't work very well, but it gave people something to do with their mouths besides whisper behind each other's backs. You rise from the table, slightly oily, thoroughly rubbed, and internally rearranged. Servants step forward with fresh linen cloths to dab away the excess oil. You stand still as they pat, fold, and dust your body back into presentability. Your toga is draped over you once again, every fold right back where it belongs. The effect is miraculous. 5 minutes ago you looked like a glistening sun god. Now you look like an imperial statesman who just happens to glow slightly under the right lighting. Your physician nods approvingly. No spasms, no tension, no offensive odours. He steps back. You're declared ready for the next phase of the day. And that phase, nature calls, the imperial latrine awaits. Which sounds private, right? It's not. You take a deep breath, adjust your folds, and walk with great dignity toward a room where you'll be expected to relieve yourself while discussing military strategy. Because Roman hygiene doesn't end where your modesty begins. In fact, it barely notices that line exists. The corridor to the latrines is, somewhat alarmingly, just as grand as the one leading to your throne room. Marble columns, intricate floor mosaics depicting sea monsters and hunting scenes. You wonder if the artist knew their work would pave the path to poop. But this is Rome, after all. Grandeur and bodily function walk hand in hand. Public hygiene is not hidden or whispered about. It's integrated. It's communal. And in your case, it's choreographed. You pass through a wide archway into the Emperor's private latrina, though private is generous. The room is large, airy, and lit by soft, natural light pouring through a decorative oculus in the ceiling. A small fountain gurgles peacefully in one corner, not to cleanse anything, but to provide pleasant background noise. Privacy by distraction. The latrines themselves are stone benches with oval-shaped holes arranged side by side, each separated by a modest half-wall carved with reliefs of grapevines and frolicking satyrs. You sit, and yes, you're not alone. 2 of your closest advisors are already here. Perched on either side of the central seat, robes hitched just enough to allow business to proceed. They nod at you casually, as if you were meeting in the forum. And in a way, you are. The imperial latrine is as much a place of politics as the Senate floor. Decisions are made here. Grants approved, rumours exchanged, enemies casually dethroned. All while someone is working through last night's lentils. You sit. The stone is cool, not comfortable exactly, but the angle is better than you'd expect. Your robe is lifted and arranged by a dedicated attendant who has likely become immune to shame. He steps back discreetly, leaving you to your imperial process. The seat has no lid. That's a modern idea. Here, nature is embraced with an open bench, a constant stream of water running beneath to carry waste away. You can hear it, faint and gurgling like the Tiber whispering your secrets downstream. There is no toilet paper. Instead, there's the tertiarium, a sponge on the stick, soaked in vinegar water and waiting in a bucket beside the bench. You know how to use it, of course. You've had years of training. There's a proper grip, a rotation method, even a rinsing ritual. It's communal, yes, but this one is your personal sponge. Marked, cared for, replaced weekly. It still doesn't feel right, but this is Rome, and this is clean. Here's a fun little horror fact for your mind to chew on while you do what you're doing. Archaeologists have found these sponge sticks at bathhouses and latrines all over the empire. And yes, multiple people often shared the same ones. Public health wasn't quite what you'd call high priority, but emperors had their own, and they paid slaves specifically to maintain them. Somewhere in the palace is a poor soul whose job is to sanitize imperial sponges. Daily. As you sit, one of your advisors leans in slightly and murmurs a question about a border skirmish in Thrace. You nod, grunt softly, not from the decision but from the effort, and offer a concise answer. The soldier in question is to be promoted, but only after his wife's scandal with the merchant is quietly resolved. The other advisor adds a comment about grain shipments. You wave a hand. Handled. Business is done before your bowels are. But you're not rushing. This is your moment. Emperors don't have to pretend they don't have biological needs. In fact, handling them with such confidence and grace is part of the image. You are human, yes, but you are the human. The one whose every bodily philosophy has been elevated into ritual. There's also an odd sort of camaraderie here. Stripped of pomp mid-defecation, everyone's a little more honest. No swords, no titles, just flesh stone and the occasional groan. You've learned more truth in this room than in 10 Senate hearings. When you're done, the sponge is handed to you on a folded cloth. You use it carefully, set it back into the vinegar bucket, and then hold out your hands. Another servant appears with a small pitcher of warm water, pouring it over your fingers as you rub them clean with a cloth soaked in hyssop and myrtle. You're not filthy, but still, symbolic cleansing must be done. Then comes the perfume. A dab of lavender oil is pressed behind your ears, along your jawline, and just a touch on your wrists. It's subtle, dignified, almost ecclesiastical. There's an ongoing historical debate about whether emperors truly used public-style latrines or had entirely separate luxurious commodes hidden deep in the palace. Some scholars believe in a private, gilded chamber with elaborate drainage and golden fixtures. Others argue that the social element of shared latrine time was too important to give up. Based on what you're currently experiencing, the truth is likely both. You have access to privacy, but you choose visibility strategically when it suits you. As you rise, your attendants move quickly. The robe is adjusted, the fold smoothed, the belt refastened. Your body is once again cloaked in status. The advisor beside you stands as well, and both of you exit the latrine with the calm grace of men who just solved a border crisis and passed a breakfast fig in the same breath. You walk into the hallway refreshed, not just physically, but spiritually. There's something to be said for the Roman view of the body as a functioning whole, equal parts political and personal. There is no shame here, only process. Everything you've done this morning has been about preparation, ritual readiness. And now, as you make your way toward the antechamber of the baths, you're greeted by the next wave of attendants. Towels, oils, a fresh set of sandals, a musician quietly plucks at a lyre in the corner to soothe the mind, and you realise it's finally time for your first proper bath of the day. Not a rinse, not a basin splash, a full steaming social soak. You can smell the olive oil already. The path to the baths winds through a fragrant courtyard where clipped laurel bushes line a shallow reflecting pool. Doves coo lazily from the rooftop pergola, and sunlight drips through the latticework in golden shafts that make the air feel heavy and theatrical. But you're not lingering here. You glide onward, feet cushioned in soft sandals, toga wafting like a banner of indulgence. The bathhouse is calling. The entrance is carved with inscriptions praising hygiene, health, and the gods of cleanliness, Salus, Asclepius, and that smug little deity Hygeia. The doors swing open to reveal a cloud of scented steam and soft murmurs. Though this is the Emperor's private balneum, it's still a social place. High-ranking advisors, favoured poets, visiting generals, if they've been invited, they're already here, lounging half-nude in rising mist and debating military logistics between oilings. You disrobe in the apoditerium, the changing room. Attendants remove your toga with theatrical reverence, folding it immediately and placing it into a cedar-lined cabinet. The rest of your underlayers follow, and before long you're as naked as the day Rome was founded, and just as legendary, hopefully. The body has been carefully prepped for this moment. Waxed, scraped, perfumed, massaged. There's not a single hair out of place, not a callus left to embarrass you. Your skin practically glows in the flickering torchlight. An attendant steps forward with your bath shoes, thin leather soles meant to keep your feet from slipping on the warm, wet tiles. You step into them and walk toward the tepidarium, the first chamber in this time-honoured series. The air is humid and warm, like exhaling into a silk pouch. Soft steam rises from the water basin at the centre, and mosaics of nereids and dolphins writhe along the walls. You ease into the pool, sighing internally. It's just warm enough to relax the muscles without draining your will to live. Around you, conversation bubbles like the water. The general mutters about troop logistics in Germania. A philosopher strokes his beard and questions the morality of massaging the calves. You nod politely, answer when spoken to, but mostly allow the warmth to do its work. Your arms float lazily at your sides. Your hair, lightly oiled earlier, clings to your temples. You close your eyes. If divinity exists, it lives here in the steamy half-light. After 15 minutes, a slave taps gently on your shoulder. Time to move, the caldarium awaits. You rise slowly, water streaming down your skin in rivulets. A linen cloth is handed to you, not for drying, but for modesty, barely. You walk to the next chamber, and the air hits you like the inside of a kettle. The caldarium is hot, very hot. The floors are heated from beneath using the Roman hypercourse system, fire blazing in chambers below, warming the tiles above. You can feel the heat through your soles, creeping up your legs like a slow, inevitable lava flow. The room smells of eucalyptus and lemon balm. Steam hangs thick, curling off the water surface in slow spirals. This is where the serious sweating happens, the kind of sweat that peels shame off your bones. You step into the pool slowly. It's deeper here, hotter, and it takes a moment to adjust. Your skin prickles, then relaxes. The heat penetrates every layer of you. This is not a casual soak. This is rebirth by boiling. Slaves stand nearby with strigils, curved bronze tools used to scrape oil and sweat from the skin. No soap here. Soap is for the uncultured. Romans clean themselves by coating the body in scented oil, letting the pores open in the heat, and then dragging the mixture of grime and oil off with metal scrapers. It sounds barbaric, but it works. And besides, you're not doing it yourself. One strigil servant begins with your shoulders, dipping his tool in warm oil before spreading it across your skin, then scraping in slow, firm lines. You can see the residue gather at the edge of the tool, shiny, brownish, and definitely not something you want to think about too hard. Every scrape feels like a rebirth. Dirt, dead skin, leftover politics, all gone. Here's a weird bit of history for your next trivia night. Some Roman elites saved the strigil scrapings and sold them as ointments or aphrodisiacs. Yes, that means someone out there rubbed a mixture of imperial armpit oil and elbow gunk onto themselves, hoping to get lucky. That's ancient capitalism for you. Once your entire body has been scraped and re-oiled, a second slave steps in with a fresh linen cloth and pats you dry. This is where you start to feel lighter, less like a human and more like a stylized marble statue. Every contour smooth, every joint relaxed, every pore breathing. After the caldarium, you shuffle toward the frigidarium, the cold plunge, and you're already dreading it. This chamber is a stark contrast. No steam, no warmth, just a large pool of icy water surrounded by white marble. Decorative dolphins leap across the walls as if to mock you. You steel yourself, exhale, and step in. The cold clamps down on your chest, warms, your breath shortens, and for a brief moment you think, this is how I die. But you don't. Your blood rushes inward, your skin tightens, and your senses snap into crystal clarity. It's awful and amazing. The cold plunge is brief, just long enough to seal in the benefits of the hot soak, tighten your skin, and prove you're still tougher than any senator who whines about bath temperatures. When you emerge, you feel reborn. Again, every cell reset, every muscle buzzing with post-bath euphoria. You're wrapped in a dry linen sheet. Another splash of floral oil is dabbed behind your ears, and a light dusting of perfumed powder finishes the experience. Your hair is combed gently, your sandals are returned, warm from the brazier, and just like that you're ready to re-enter the world, smooth, refreshed and lightly steaming like a pastry fresh from the oven. Politics? Bring them. Assassins? Let them try. You've just had your bath. You exit the bath house like a god reborn, skin glistening, posture impossibly upright, radiating that smug, slow-burning confidence that only comes from being a freshly exfoliated autocrat. Every pore has been opened and resealed. Every muscle has been steamed, scraped, and massaged back into order. But just as you step across the threshold into the marbled hallway, an unspoken truth looms over your shining shoulders. No matter how divine you look, you are not finished until you've done the one thing every Roman must do. Pay your respects to the imperial toilet. Yes, it's time once again for the second most awkward part of your day. You make your way to the inner latrine, this time located off the baths, a sort of post-bathroom bathroom, because even in Rome, you can never be too clean or too regular. Unlike your earlier communal latrine, this one is a little more exclusive, fewer advisors, more mosaics, the same cold stone seating situation, though now polished to a gleam and warmed by proximity to the hypercourse beneath your feet. Still, it's a public experience, just upgraded. The attendant helps remove your linen wrap and arranges your toga so it doesn't trail tragically into unfortunate places. You sit again. Familiar sensation. New setting. Steam lingers from the baths, giving the room a hazy, dreamlike quality. except for the unmistakable scent of vinegar and ancient plumbing. This part of hygiene is so routine, so ingrained, that you no longer think of it as awkward. You think of it as efficient. It's also a perfect excuse to be out of the formal chambers a little longer. Another tussorium, your own again, is presented in a bronze basin. It's a fresh one, recently soaked in hot vinegar water and rubbed with salt to keep it clean. The handle is carved from olive wood, burnished smooth from use, and the sponge itself smells faintly of rosemary. You don't want to think about how many people are involved in keeping your bottom clean, but let's just say it takes a team, a highly trained, weirdly proud team. There's an entire profession in Rome for sponge maintenance, lavators, men who specialise in cleansing and replacing sponge sticks for wealthy clients. They carry buckets, vinegar and fresh-cut sea sponges from Sicily. You've never spoken to yours. You assume he's competent because you've never gotten a rash. That's as much credit as anyone gets in that line of work. While you go about your business, quietly, elegantly, another attendant fans you lightly with a palm leaf and another one reads a passage from Virgil's Georgics in a slow, measured tone. You're not really listening. You're mostly timing your exit so that you don't overlap with the junior consul who's scheduled to use this room next. If anyone sees you leaving as he enters, they'll both try to politicize the moment. The emperor leaves and the young consul enters. Is it symbolic? You can already hear them whispering. Once finished, you rise, sponge returned to its vinegar bath, hands extended. Another warm rinse, this time with rosewater and a hint of mint. Your fingers are massaged lightly as they're dried, then dusted with powder to absorb any residual moisture. The result? You smell amazing again, from every angle. But there's one more level of dental and oral hygiene that follows the bath and second elimination ritual, the midday mouth treatment. You're guided to a small side room, one you've walked past 100 times without much thought. Inside is a narrow bench and a polished bronze dish filled with crushed myrrh, fennel sittal seed, and dried thyme. A slave grinds this mixture into a finer powder and pours it into a cup of warm water. You gargle, you swish, you grimace. It tastes like drinking a spice rack, but it strips away any lingering sourness from the vinegar rinse life you lead. Then, as a final absurd flourish, you chew on a sliver of orris root, a dried piece of iris rhizome that acts like breath mint jerky. It's bitter, but your breath now smells like a meadow full of angry herbs. Success! Now the next part of your hygiene regimen may not make sense to a modern brain, but here it is anyway. The public airing of your toga. Yes, the one you're currently wearing. You're led to a shaded veranda where two attendants gently undrape the outer folds of your toga and hold them open to the breeze. It's not about drying, you're not wet. It's about airing out the garment, keeping it crisp, and letting the linen breathe. It also gives any perfumed dust clinging to it a second chance to settle properly. And frankly, it's a small display of wealth. Who else has time to let 4 slaves flap their robe into shape for 10 minutes while they sip diluted wine? While your toga flutters gently in the breeze like a surrendering flag, another servant touches up your face with a soft cloth, blotting any sweat, fixing the lead-based powder foundation, and reapplying a faint pink flush made from crushed poppy petals and iron oxide. The cosmetic application is subtle, barely visible, just enough to give you the glow of someone who doesn't work, worry, or sleep poorly. The Emperor must look serene at all times, even after a bowel movement. Now fully reassembled and moderately caffeinated by a sip of spiced wine, you walk with ease through the palace gardens, where other members of your court are just beginning to stir. You pass a few statues. The marble eyes seem to follow you. You give them a little smirk. They haven't had their second rinse yet. As you move toward the midday meal, attendants hover nearby with bowls of perfumed water in case you want a pre-lunch hand wash, which you always do, because nothing says ruler of the civilized world like the smell of fig blossoms and orange oil drifting from your knuckles. And just before you sit for your light meal of olives, goat cheese, and honey-drizzled dates, the hygiene steward approaches and whispers, "The cosmetic slaves have prepared the imperial eyeliner." You raise one brow, not today perhaps, but maybe tomorrow. A little kohl around the eyes does wonders for courtroom lighting. The midday meal is light, fragrant, and strangely focused on your breath. You sit at a shaded marble table beneath the palace's inner portico, where ivy crawls up trellised columns and fountains murmur in the background like gossipy spirits. The air is cool and perfumed. Your personal staff burned bay leaves and juniper an hour ago to purify the wind before your arrival. Apparently even air must be trained to behave around you. You don't eat much, just enough to keep the stomach quiet and the breath sweet. A handful of olives, a few slices of goat cheese rubbed with thyme, and a bowl of dates soaked in rosewater, which melt in your mouth like perfumed jelly. Between bites you sip watered wine laced with mint and crushed fennel, which your physician assures you will quell stomach demons. You assume he means gas, but he has a flair for the dramatic. Either way, it works. As you chew, another small ritual takes place. The midday dental refresh. A slave approaches with a polished wooden tray bearing 2 items, a length of cinnamon bark to chew, and a cup of pinkish liquid known as lamentum. It's a rinse made from boiled rose petals, red wine and a dash of vinegar. You swish it thoughtfully, the bitterness scraping away the last traces of cheese and fig. You spit delicately into a wide bronze basin shaped like a lion's maw. It growls silently back. Then comes the cinnamon bark. You chew it slowly, letting the spicy, sweet oil seep across your tongue and up into your sinuses. It clears the palate, awakens the brain, and most importantly, sweetens the breath. The imperial mouth must never smell of fish or onions, though ironically, you eat both frequently. Hence all the fragrant food rituals. Romans might not know about microbes, but they understand very well the politics of odour. There's something oddly luxurious about how much thought goes into your breath. It's not just about cleanliness, it's about dominance. You speak into the faces of ambassadors. You breathe in the ears of senators who wait for your approval like priests before an altar. One whiff of garlic or decay and the spell would break. No, your mouth must speak with the fragrance of divinity, or at least of someone who can afford imported spices. Here's your quirky historical gem of the day. Some Romans, especially among the elite, paid enormous sums for exotic spices not just for food, but for chewing. Cinnamon, cloves, even cardamom, all used to freshen the breath before public appearances. There are records of emperors carrying small gold boxes filled with chewing bark, and even commissioning jewel-encrusted toothpicks. Yes, flossing by bling, fashion and function. Once the meal ends, your hands are rinsed in a shallow bowl of water infused with orange blossoms. A linen towel is brought to you, embroidered with your personal crest, a flying eagle clutching a laurel branch. You dry your hands slowly, letting the attendants remove any final stickiness from your fingers. Then, just as you prepare to leave, another slave offers you a small wax tablet. On it is a note from the palace perfumer. New fragrance blend prepared for your inspection, it reads. Includes extract of bergamot, saffron, and a touch of wild pear. You arch an eyebrow. Wild pear? Bold. It'd make a mental note to sample it after your next bath. Maybe save it for a festival, or an execution, and scent and memory are tied after all. But now comes perhaps the oddest and most invasive ritual of imperial hygiene, the midday urination. Not because you're full, not because you're pressed for time, but because your physician insists it's necessary for balance. That's right, scheduled urination, like a military manoeuvre. The theory, according to Glenelg medicine, is that regular elimination is the mark of a well-tuned body. If you wait too long, you risk upsetting the flow of humours, especially the yellow bile. So here you are again, being guided back to a quiet side room, where a beautifully sculpted urinal amphora awaits. It looks more like a ceremonial wine vessel than a bathroom receptacle. That's intentional. You relieve yourself under the watchful eyes of no one, but you know the urine will be collected. Not for disposal, for analysis. The palace physician will inspect its colour, clarity, even smell. Pale gold means good digestion. Dark amber suggests stress or excessive wine. Cloudy, possible demonic possession. Okay, maybe not demons, but you get the point. Scholars still debate how accurate these urine readings were, but what's clear is that the practice was widespread and taken very seriously. There are even surviving charts comparing shades of urine to different conditions, like a very unappetizing paint swatch booklet. And as emperor, your bodily outputs are considered state intelligence. You could almost call it liquid espionage. Once you've finished, the urinal is capped and taken away discreetly by a eunuch whose entire job is to carry royal urine without judgment. You wash your hands again, another soft rinse in floral water, another linen towel, another dab of scent. This time, lemon oil with a hint of cedar. You step outside into the warm courtyard, blinking in the midday sun. The palace hums with quiet activity. Scribes rushing between chambers, servants adjusting statues, gardeners clipping hedges into the shape of mythological beasts. You walk past them, smooth and glowing, your breath like a scented scroll and your bladder as empty as the treasury during a military parade. And just when you think the grooming cycle might actually finally be slowing down, a chamberlain approaches with a bow. "Master of Grooming requests your presence for afternoon oculus cleaning," he says, not meeting your eyes. You blink. Of course, eyeball hygiene. You rub your temples, carefully, so as not to smudge your blush, and nod. Send him in. Because in Rome, even your eyeballs must be clean enough to rule the world. You're back in your private chamber, seated on a cushioned bench carved from African ivory and inlaid with gold leaf, because there's no such thing as too much when it comes to keeping your eyeballs clean. The chamber is dim, not for atmosphere but for practicality. Bright light makes the eye water, and watery eyes make the Emperor look like he's emotionally vulnerable, which is absolutely unacceptable, even during something as invasive as oculus maintenance. The Master of Grooming enters with the reverence of a man who understands that one wrong poke to the ruler's retina could end in either a demotion or a surprise bath with bricks. He's tall, thin, with fingers like spider legs and a belt pouch full of tiny spoons, vials, and soft cloths. He bows without a word, then gestures for you to tilt your head back. You comply, your eyes blinking lazily as he begins his ritual. First, he places a few drops of a solution, probably something made from rosewater and boiled fennel, onto your closed eyelids. It's cool, soothing, and smells faintly of licorice. You feel a single droplet trickle down your temple. A slave steps in and dabs it away before it can reach your jawline. Precision matters, every drop accounted for. Next comes the warm compress. A square of wool soaked in chamomile tea is folded neatly and pressed against each eye. You sit like that for a few minutes, hands resting on your knees, looking like a well-oiled statue at a spa. The heat draws out any dust or dryness from the earlier bath, or from squinting too hard during morning scroll reading. You think about all the other emperors who probably sat here like this, blindfolded in luxury, trusting some guy with a pouch of tiny scoops to keep their vision imperial. Once the compress is removed, the master uses a feather-thin ivory rod to gently lift your upper eyelid. One of those actions that feels too intimate for the hour of day. With the rod, he flicks out a speck of grit and deposits it on a small cloth like he's just discovered a rare gem. Then he does the other eye. No conversation, just clinical artistry. And here's your quirky fact of the day. Romans believed the eye was a direct pathway to one's internal balance. If your eyes were red or itchy, it wasn't just a health issue. It was a moral one. Red eyes suggested overindulgence, or worse, suppressed emotion. You couldn't very well lead the known world while looking like you'd been crying over a dropped fig. Hence the maintenance. After the grit removal, the cleansing continues with a cottony swab soaked in an infusion of marigold and donkey milk. Yes, donkey milk, supposedly restorative and also very on-brand for Roman beauty treatments. The swab is gently rolled along the rims of your eyes, wiping away the faintest traces of fatigue, dried tears, or, God's forbid, sweat. Your vision blurs for a moment from all the moisture, but then returns sharper than before, like the whole room's been freshly etched. Finally, a micro drop of oil is placed in each eye, sweet almond or perhaps poppy seed. It adds sheen and prevents irritation, and just like that, your ocular spa day is complete. You blink a few times, eyes glimmering like wet gems under the filtered light, and nod your approval. The Master of Grooming bows again and withdraws silently. You lean back, blinking slowly, savouring the feeling of your refreshed vision. Everything seems crisper. The world feels manageable. You could probably read 6 scrolls before dinner now and not even need a nap. But the day marches on, and so does your hygiene regimen. Another servant appears and whispers, "It is time for the afternoon oiling." Of course it is, because after all that bathing and powdering, your skin must now be re-moisturized to maintain the perfect imperial glow. You're led back into a side chamber filled with sunlight slanting through latticed windows. 3 oil slaves await you, each with a different vial in hand. One filled with warmed olive oil, another with rose-infused almond oil, and the last, a specialty blend of pomegranate seed and a trace of saffron. Each is for a different part of the body, limbs, torso, and face. No, they are not interchangeable. That would be chaos. You sit again on a low marble stool as they begin. The first slave oils your skin to your arms and shoulders, working the olive oil in slow circular motions from wrist to bicep. Your muscles hum faintly under the pressure. The second focuses on your legs, especially the calves and thighs, kneading the almond oil until your skin shines like newly minted coin. The third, with the smallest and most delicate hands, massages the saffron oil into your temples, your cheekbones, the slope of your neck. There's no conversation, only the sound of hands moving across flesh and the faint burble of a fountain somewhere nearby. It feels almost religious, this level of care, this many people attending to your skin as though you were a statue being constantly repaired. Fun fact, oiling wasn't just for hydration. In Rome, oiling was believed to fortify the skin against infection, ward off illness, and even protect against aging. It was medicine and beauty rolled into one, and for someone in your position, appearing ageless is not just vanity, it's a political strategy. When the oiling is done, you are gently dusted once more with fine powder, this time mixed with the ground laurel leaf to enhance your scent and keep the shine under control. You don't want to look greasy, you want to look divine. The mirror is brought in, bronze, oval, polished to a near reflective sheen. You check your reflection, noting the luminous skin, the clear eyes, the sculpted hairline. You don't look like a man burdened with empire, you look like something carved by Hephaestus and oiled by angels. Then, as if summoned by the gods of excess, a page boy appears with your mid-afternoon sandals. Different from your morning pair, these are softer, more decorative, dyed wine red and lined with fleece. You step into them. Your feet, recently powdered and lightly massaged, fit perfectly. Now, oiled, fragrant, eyes bright and posture perfect, you're ready to return to the day's affairs. Scrolls to read, scribes to dictate, enemies to charm. But first, a final spritz of myrrh water behind your ears, always behind the ears, and as you pass down the colonnade toward the Hall of Justice, a thought flits across your mind like a breeze. You may be the most powerful man in the world, but what you really are is moisturized. You cross the mosaic-tiled floor of the imperial colonnade, every footfall a silent, sandal-soft declaration of how deeply pampered you've become. But you're not headed toward politics or philosophy now. There's another destination calling you, one that makes every Roman's day feel complete, whether senator or slave. It's time for the bath, again. Yes, the second bath of the day. This one is less formal than the earlier ritual cleansing. That bath was all discipline and dignity, a curated stripping down of grime and stress. This bath, this is leisure, afternoon softness, the kind of thing one earns after a long morning of olive oiling, breath freshening and eye irrigation. Your body is clean, but now it's time for your soul to catch up. You enter the bath complex through a quieter passage this time, the servant doors tucked between towering cypress trees. The domed ceiling of the balneum seems to open up like a sky, painted with zodiac constellations and flying figures. The sunlight filters through high slats and lands on the water in gentle dappled waves. This isn't just a bath, it's a lullaby made of steam. Attendants undress you again, but this time the gesture feels casual. You're relaxed, slightly flushed from the oils, and move easily into the warm air of the tepidarium. The water here is just above body temperature, inviting you to melt rather than brace. You slip into it slowly, feeling the heat creep across your limbs like velvet fog. No advisors, no generals, no poets in this one. Just you and a few chosen favourites, maybe your youngest cousin who says too much, a trusted old friend from your early legions, and the palace cook who somehow earned your affection through sheer skill with spiced lentils. Here, rank fades slightly. You're all lounging in a great stone tub with carved dolphins on the edge and laurel leaf tiles underfoot, passing time like you have eternity to kill. This is where the odd little details emerge, someone humming a melody from the provinces, another retelling a vulgar joke about a merchant and an angry goose, and you gently stretching each limb beneath the water to feel where tension still clings. One of the attendants offers you a bowl of fig and honey paste, not to eat, to smear on your face. You accept, because why not? The paste is thick and warm, sweet-scented and grainy. It gets rubbed into your skin by a patient hand, then left to sit while you lean against the side of the pool, breathing in eucalyptus and lemon. After 10 minutes, it's wiped away with a cloth soaked in milk and mint. Your skin feels absurdly soft, borderline irresponsible. You look like a man with no concept of manual labour. Mission accomplished. Now comes the final stage of this bath, the oil hundul scraping. Again, but gentler this time. A strigil is brought out, not bronze like the mornings, but carved from ivory, its edge rounded smooth. Warm oil is poured over your shoulders, your chest, your arms, and then scraped away with slow, sweeping strokes. There's no dirt left, really, just oil, sweat, and a bit of fig residue. But the act is sacred, ritualistic. You're not cleaning anymore, you're being returned to your element, smooth, fragrant, and immune to the filth of politics. Here's your fringe fact of the day. Romans actually viewed oil scraping as a mark of civilization. To be unstrigiled was almost as bad as being unshaven or barefoot. The state even subsidized access to strigils in some public baths, treating it as a kind of moral hygiene. There were rumours, probably false, that emperors could recognize criminals in disguise based purely on their lack of strigil polish. Whether myth or truth, you'd never risk appearing without that final oil-lined shimmer. Once scraped and rinsed again with lukewarm water, you enter the final chamber, the frigidarium. You've done this already once today, but now it's gentler. Just a few seconds in the cool pool to close the pores, revive the senses, and convince your body not to sink into total sleep. You submerge, emerge, and exhale. Your scalp tingles. Your shoulders feel weightless. Even your ears feel clean. Wrapped in a fresh linen sheet, you're escorted to the drying platform. Not a towel, not a bench, a platform. Warmed from beneath, padded with wool, and angled just so, it allows you to recline like a piece of art awaiting display. 2 attendants use separate cloths, one for your torso, one for the rest, because cross-contamination is unacceptable and you're not trying to smell like foot polish. Then comes the optional part, the powdered rub. You nod, of course. They dust you in a blend of fine ground iris root and powdered citrus peel. It absorbs moisture and makes you smell like a meadow that got lost in a spice market. You let them brush it into your hairline, your chest, your calves. Every inch of you hums with attention. Your skin sings like a lyre string. By the time you're standing again, feet sheathed in dry sandals and a soft tunic back in place, you're a masterpiece. The glow, the scent, the quiet inner warmth. You're not just presentable, you're immortal, or at least you look like you might be. You exit the bath with your tiny entourage. The linen sheet folded reverently behind you like a sacred scroll. The palace halls feel cooler now, the marble underfoot smoother, the air lighter. You float through them with the gait of a man whose insides are as clean as his outsides. And then, from nowhere, your physician appears again. "The leechman is here," he says gently. "Shall I show him in?" You sigh, because of course the leechman is here. It's time to balance your humours, which means it's time for bloodletting. So much for the good mood. You're escorted to the leech chamber. Yes, an actual room dedicated to medieval vampirism, because even emperors must occasionally bleed for balance. It's not your favourite part of the day. In fact, it ranks somewhere between stepping on amphora shards barefoot and hearing senators argue about tax grain policy. But here you are, clean, luminous, deeply moisturised, and about to get suctioned by tiny aquatic worms. The chamber is darker than the rest of the palace, lit only by oil lamps whose smoke curls in thin threads toward the domed ceiling. It smells faintly of salt water and iron, like a fish market in the rain, and you already know what's waiting. A large bronze basin filled with tepid water and leeches the size of modest fingers, all wriggling and coiling like the world's worst spaghetti. Their handler stands nearby, hooded, hunched, with pale, veined hands and a damp apron that tells you he's already seen someone else today. Lucky you're not first. "Back or arm today, Dominus?" he asks, in a voice like wet parchment. You consider. Arms are more discreet, easier to conceal under your tunic. But the back has fewer nerve endings. You go with the arm. He nods solemnly, like you've passed some kind of unspoken test. You sit on a low carved stool and extend your left arm, rolling up your tunic sleeve while trying not to make direct eye contact with the basin of squirming teeth tubes. A small cup of warm water is poured over the skin to wake the blood, followed by a quick wipe of basil oil, not for hygiene, just for the smell. Then the leech is selected, delicately plucked from the basin using a flat-bone spatula and placed onto your forearm with reverent precision. It slithers for a second, then latches, You feel a pinch, not unlike a bee sting softened by indifference, then almost nothing. It starts feeding slowly, rhythmically, as your blood begins to flow into its translucent body. It pulses in time with your heartbeat. Delightful. Another one is applied to your wrist, then a third just below the elbow. You sit there completely still as 3 leeches siphon away what your physician has declared excessive bile. Because, according to Roman medicine, you're a miniature universe of fluids: blood, phlegm, black bile, yellow bile. When any one of them overwhelms the others, things go haywire. Mood swings, headaches, too much ambition, or not enough. Today's diagnosis: you've been looking too intense in public. The solution? Drain a little blood, let the body cool. Here's the weird historical truth. They actually believed this worked. Not just peasants or back-alley quacks, but elite Roman physicians, people trained in the teachings of Hippocrates and Galen. And sometimes it did help, at least symptomatically. A fever might drop, swelling might go down, but they didn't understand the why, so instead they leaned on elaborate rituals like this one, where 3 leeches slurp you back into equilibrium. The leech handler watches closely. If one gets lazy or sluggish, he removes it and replaces it with a fresh recruit. Your blood is royal, yes, but apparently it's also demanding. Minutes pass. You feel a growing tightness in your arm, then a strange lightness in your chest, like a faint floating sensation. You don't like it, but you don't fear it either. You've done this before, more times than you can count. The key is to keep your gaze forward and your breathing steady. Don't watch the leeches swell like wine bladders. Don't think about where they'll go afterward. You distract yourself with a mental inventory of your fragrance schedule. Today you're wearing rose lavender in the morning, cedar mint after lunch. Tomorrow, maybe saffron citrus. You'll rotate sandalwood back in next week for the festival. That's calming. Once the leeches have had their fill and they always know when, they let go. They just drop. Plop into the waiting dish with a heavy, satisfied thunk. Each of them now bloated, dark and shimmering with your imperial essence. The handler scoops them up like precious gems, places them into a cloth pouch, and murmurs something about letting them rest. You try not to imagine what that entails. Your arm is wiped clean, the puncture sites pressed gently with wool, soaked in cold vinegar to stop the bleeding. Then comes the myrrh salve, a thick, resinous balm dabbed carefully over the wounds to ward off infection and keep the skin from scarring. You're not a gladiator. You don't get to have rough edges. You flex your fingers, test your grip, you feel lighter, calmer even, possibly a little dizzy. Someone offers you a sip of watered pomegranate juice laced with a bit of honey and saffron. It's sharp and sweet, grounding. A small part of you hates that this ridiculous procedure might actually have worked. As you stand, a physician steps forward to inspect your colouring. He peers at your eyes, touches your temple, checks your pulse with 2 fingers and a solemn face. "Much better," he murmurs. "Your humours are nearly aligned." Nearly. You resist the urge to ask if he wants to bleed you again before dinner. Here's another little debate for you. Scholars still aren't sure how often emperors did this. Some suggest weekly bloodletting was common. Others think it was more seasonal, used to combat heat fatigue or spring fever. What's agreed upon is that emperors did something to manage their image of health, and bloodletting, while gruesome, was deeply tied to ideas of purification and virtue. And virtue, you now realise, is exhausting. You're dressed in a loose, soft robe for the afternoon, a casual garment compared to your toga, dyed a warm ochre and belted loosely at the waist. It's breathable, good for blood loss recovery and looking introspective while reclining with scribes. Your sandals are swapped out for soft slippers lined with fur. A small cushion is tucked under your elbow as you're led to the atrium. Because after all that, it's time for a snack. Just a small one, some candied fennel seeds, a spoonful of almond paste, maybe a date soaked in sweet wine. Nothing heavy, just enough to settle your stomach and freshen your breath. Again. As you nibble, your thoughts return to the afternoon. What next? Another fragrance trial? A third bath? Perhaps a new lotion from the east? You're open. After all, when hygiene is power, indulgence is policy. You recline on a cushioned divan in your private garden loggia, nibbling on a wine-soaked date that tastes like liquefied velvet, and watching a bee drunkenly circle the rim of your cup. Your robe hangs loosely, your feet are up, and the breeze is just right. the kind that smells faintly of sun-warmed stone and lavender blossoms. You're still technically recovering from being partially drained by aquatic worms, so your attendants are giving you space, but not too much. A cushion is adjusted here, a goblet refilled there, even your leisure is choreographed. You don't plan to move for a while, which is exactly why the next part of your hygiene ritual is going to be especially annoying: the cold plunge and cloak up. You hear the light footsteps before the announcement comes. A steward in a purple-trimmed tunic bows at the threshold of the loggia. "Dominus, the cold plunge is prepared." Of course it is. You exhale softly, not quite a sigh. Emotions, even mild irritation, must be expressed with restraint, and rise from your reclining position. Slippers are slid onto your feet. The robe is straightened. Another sip of diluted wine. Then you're off to meet the chill. The plunge pool isn't far, set in a small alcove just beyond the garden. It's a deep square basin carved from polished green-veined marble, and the water, drawn from a nearby spring, is cold enough to offend the soul. You've stepped into it before and sworn you could feel your ancestors flinch, but tradition demands it. After bloodletting, after a long day of oils and warmth, the cold restores balance, allegedly. 2 bath attendants are waiting by the pool with folded linen towels and oil-soaked cloths. The surface of the water is glass smooth, disturbed only by the occasional falling leaf. You step forward, drop the robe, and descend slowly. No fanfare, just a series of small miserable choices leading to full-body submersion. The water bites. Immediately, your skin clenches, your heart skips like a badly played lyre. You grit your teeth and keep going until you're neck-deep, arms floating beside you, breath coming in shallow pools. The world sharpens around the edges. Every cell in your body screams, "What did we do to deserve this?" But then comes the shift. Your blood races, your mind clears. You feel more alert, more present, less like a feather caught in perfumed wind and more like a man again, albeit a man who willingly subjected himself to 1,000 discomforts in the name of balance. You dunk your head once, briefly, just enough to wet your hair and seal the process. When you emerge, your skin is pale, your muscles taut, and your pulse hammering in your ears. You feel new, or maybe just cold. Either way, the ritual is complete. The attendants move quickly. One wraps a pre-warmed linen towel around your shoulders, the other hands you a smaller one for your hair. You pat, never rub. Friction is the enemy of glowing skin. A little more saffron oil is dabbed along your temples. A dusting of rice powder is pressed into your chest and collarbones to absorb the chill. It's not just about comfort. It's about maintaining the look of invincibility, even when your body is actively trying to curl into a fetal ball. Now comes the cloak. The cloak is not just any garment, it's a woolen pallium, dyed imperial crimson and trimmed with gold thread, woven in Alexandria and soft enough to convince you that clouds are real and wearable. It's not meant for warmth, though it helps. It's meant for presence. 2 wardrobe slaves assist with the draping, careful to create the exact number of folds along your left shoulder and to pin the golden clasp just so. The cloak is designed to billow gently as you walk, to suggest movement even when you're standing still. You glance at your reflection in a silver mirror, regal, refreshed, not a single hair out of place. There's something about Roman cloaks. They tell people what kind of man you are. A senator's might be stiff and sensible. A general's might be weathered and blood-stained for effect. Yours says, "I have 12 people working around the clock to make sure my knees never touch cold stone." Now dressed, dry and radiating with a faint scent of cypress and clean wool, you walk slowly along the garden path. Your cloak sways gently behind you. The sandals on your feet are new, soft leather, dyed to match your robe, and lined with rabbit fur, because apparently someone thinks you haven't suffered enough joy today. You pass through the atrium again, where a few scribes sit ready with scrolls, but you wave them off. Not yet. The cold plunge must settle. You are not just a man. You're a humorally balanced organism in need of 5 minutes of sun and silence. And here's your historical oddity for today. Roman cold plunges were thought to close the pores after bathing and prevent wind sickness, a vague catch-all term that included chills, rheumatism, and bad moods. Scholars still argue over whether there was any real benefit. Some say it helped circulation, others say it was pure bravado. What's undeniable is the image it projected: discipline, self-control, endurance, no matter how many fig pastes you smeared on your cheeks earlier. As you stand beneath the pergola, sun drying the last of the water from your hair, a servant approaches quietly with a bronze tray. On it, A small bowl of fig preserves and a sliver of cheese wrapped in grape leaves. You accept the snack like it's a sacrament. And then, just as you take the first bite, the same steward who summoned you to the cold plunge reappears. He bows. Dominus, the footmen are prepared. You blink. Footmen? Yes, Dominus, the cleansing of your imperial souls. Of course, because even your feet, wrapped in rabbit fur and sandal leather, require daily penance. You toss the grape leaf aside, straighten your cloak, and march gracefully, fragrantly toward the next temple of hygiene. Because when you rule the world, not even your toes are left to chance. The footmen await you in a quiet annex off the eastern wing of the palace, a small sunlit chamber with floors tiled in patterns of ivy leaves and coiling vines, each stem made from green glazed stone imported from Cyprus. The air smells faintly of thyme, lavender, and something sharper, a crushed pine resin maybe. You're not entirely sure, but you know one thing: your feet are about to receive more attention than the average senator does in a fiscal crisis. You sit on the edge of a cushioned bench draped in white linen, lifting your freshly fur-lined sandals from your feet with the kind of grace only possible after 30 years of being undressed by other people. A footman steps forward, barefoot, silent, focused. He bows deeply, then begins by inspecting your soles like a jeweller appraising gems. This is not an ordinary cleaning. This is preservation. Your feet, despite never having touched unpaved earth since you were a child, endure more than you'd like to admit. Walks through sprawling gardens, slow processionals on stone roads, and, worst of all, standing for long speeches while pretending to care about grain tributes from Sicily. They may be covered in softest goat leather and bathed twice daily, but they are still human feet, and Rome demands they stay as close to divine as possible. The first step is the soak. 2 shallow bronze basins are brought forward, filled with warm water steeped in rosemary, bay leaves, and orange peels. The scent is so strong it makes your eyes flutter closed for a second. You lower your feet into the basin, and the warmth rushes up your calves like a blessing. The footmen, 1 per leg, begin a gentle cleanse, lifting each foot slightly to scrub it with linen pads dipped in a grainy soap paste made of olive oil, fine sand, and powdered citrus rind. Soap in the Roman world isn't always soap the way you might imagine. It's abrasive, sure, but also fragrant. The goal isn't lather, it's exfoliation. You don't want bubbles, you want results. Once the grime of the day, imaginary as it may be, is scrubbed away, your feet are lifted carefully from the basin and placed on soft wool towels. Another slave kneels with a small knife and begins trimming the nails, not just cutting them, but shaping them rounded at the edges, flat across the top, just like every emperor before you. The trimmings are swept away instantly, like they might hold secrets. Then come the pumice stones. Rounded, worn, smooth, warmed slightly by resting near the brazier. They're rubbed across the heels, arches, and balls of your feet in careful rhythmic circles. Dead skin flakes away like weathered stone, revealing softness beneath. It's a deeply weird feeling, somewhere between being tickled and slowly ground into perfection. You maintain a neutral expression, but your toes twitch once, just once. The footman pretends not to notice. And then, the oiling. You know the drill. Warm almond oil is poured onto the palms of each attendant and gently worked into your skin, massaged into every crease and joint. The arches are kneaded with the thumbs, the toes rotated gently, the heel pressed with just enough pressure to make you wonder if this is still hygiene or something more spiritual. Your legs go a little slack. You exhale slowly through your nose. If you didn't know better, you'd swear this was a religious rite. In fact, it kind of is. Romans believed that the feet reflected the whole body. A healthy foot meant a healthy man. That's why wealthy citizens, even non-emperors, routinely employed professional footmen, some of whom trained for years to master the precise pressure needed to stimulate everything from digestion to sleep. There were even handbooks, literally scrolls full of foot care techniques, diagrams of toe alignments, and lists of which oils cooled, which humours. You once saw one. You didn't finish it. The diagrams were unsettling. As the massage continues, you drift. Not asleep, but into that hazy middle place where thought and sensation blur. You think about how ridiculous it is, how utterly unnecessary and decadent it all is. And yet you also think about what would happen if you didn't do this. If you walked into the Senate with cracked heels or dirt beneath your toenails, there would be whispers, judgments. No matter how many armies you command or provinces you rule, One visible callus could unravel it all. This is not luxury, it's armour. Finally, the oil is wiped away with fresh linen, and your feet are powdered, lightly, with crushed iris and laurel leaf to prevent sweating. You inhale, and even the powder smells expensive. The footmen inspect their work one last time, and only then do they nod and step back. Now comes the footwear. You're not going back into your daily sandals, not after this. Instead, a fresh pair of Campaghi, simple, soft-soled slippers worn indoors, are brought forward. They're lined with woven linen and just tight enough to make your feet feel hugged, but not suffocated. The straps are fastened by hand, wrapped precisely twice around the ankle, then tucked beneath the sole. No buckles, no fuss. Pure, effortless elegance. And here's your quirky historical tidbit. Foot fashion was serious business in Rome. Senators wore black shoes, generals wore red, emperors, you had options. Today's choice, cream-coloured, minimalist, lightly perfumed, is meant to signal peace, stability, and the fact that you absolutely have someone who oils your feet daily. Once standing, you do a small, almost imperceptible stretch, just to check. No tightness, no aches, your feet are soft, warm, slightly scented, and ready to glide across marble without making a sound. The chamberlain enters. Dominus, the hygiene steward, reports that the undergarments have been aired and the tunic pressed. A pause. Also, a physician has asked whether you'd like another mouth rinse before your next meeting. You shake your head gently. No, I'm properly fragrant for now. Very good, he says, bowing. You exit the foot chamber not as a man, but as an event. The walls seem to part for you. Your steps are silent. Every inch of you, hair, eyes, skin, toes, has been purified, anointed, and carefully presented to the world. And yet, the next chamber awaits. You can already hear the faint rustling of linen being unfolded, and the slow, rhythmic clinking of silver scent bottles. It's time to talk about underwear. The linen chamber is tucked behind a pair of understated wooden doors that somehow still manage to feel regal, likely because they're carved with scenes of Hercules heroically folding laundry. You step inside and the air shifts. It's cooler here, drier, and smells unmistakably of starch and violet water. This is where your undergarments are stored, aired, and, in a sense, worship. It's the Vatican of loincloths. The moment you enter, 3 attendants bow and begin unfolding what is essentially your royal underwear. But of course, they don't call it that. The garment has a formal name, subligaculum, and it is presented to you with the same gravity as a general handing over a battle map. The fabric is fine linen, bleached until nearly translucent, and trimmed at the seams with a delicate line of embroidery, your initials entwined with laurels and doves, because even your groin deserves a crest. Today's undergarment has been pressed with a heated glass orb and lightly scented with rose-infused vinegar, then stored overnight in a cedar box alongside pouches of dried marjoram. It's soft, light, and still warm from the stone slab where it rested for airing. It is, in a word, perfect. Or at least as perfect as something can be before being wedged beneath your toga all afternoon. An attendant kneels to guide your legs through, while another steadies your balance. The cloth is drawn up carefully, tucked and folded, never bunched, then tied at the hips with narrow braided cords. They make one complete loop, pull tight with a gentle tug, and knot off with silent efficiency. No words are exchanged. Underwear is serious business. Next comes the tunic, a simple pale garment that goes over the subligaculum, hanging to just below the knee. This is your home tunic, meant to be worn beneath official robes or lounging garments. It has short sleeves, a square neckline, and is made from Egyptian linen so fine it's nearly liquid in texture. You raise your arms, they slide it on, you lower them. The tunic settles into place with the ease of something made specifically for your body, which it was. Each one is tailored to your exact dimensions and adjusted every season. You don't grow, of course. That would imply imperfection. But sometimes the wind changes and the tunic must change with it. The hem is adjusted, the belt is tied, a wide sash today, burgundy with golden thread, knotted at your left hip. Then the final touches, a flick of a lint brush made from goose feathers across the chest, a smoothing of the collar, and a very light misting of cypress water from a tiny flask. It smells green and clean like sunlit wood. You breathe it in, the scent coiling up behind your eyes like a blessing. Now that your base layers are on, you're momentarily dismissed to move around, stretch, get used to the fit. The attendants step away as you pace slowly across the tiled floor. The linen moves with you, whispering against your skin. No tugging, no wrinkles, just a gentle glide. The right amount of resistance means the fabric is breathing. It's all very precise. Here's your fringe fact for today. The Roman elite took their undergarments so seriously that some had them washed in special spring water and beaten with flat ivory paddles to keep the weave from stretching. Entire teams of laundry slaves called fullones were employed not just to clean the garments but to treat them, bleaching, scenting, pressing, even training the fabric to fall a certain way when worn. And yes, there were ancient complaints from nobles whose tunics hung unevenly due to a careless fullone. There was scandal, reprimands, possibly even exile. Your tunic, of course, is flawless. Now come the layers. The overtunic is pulled on next, heavier, made of wool woven so tightly it feels almost like silk. It's winter weight, though the day is warm. You're not going anywhere far, but protocol says your temperature must always read comfortably imposing. A slave offers a moment's pause for you to lift your arms again, and the overtunic slides on with practiced elegance. The belt is tightened, the fold smooth, the shoulders squared. You feel it, the transformation from man to symbol, from flesh to institution. And then, of course, the shoes. You've already been slippered for most of the day, but now it's time to put on proper sandals again. Not the heavily strapped military ones, not the fancy festival ones with the dyed soles, just the afternoon pair. They're clean, discreet, soft, but new enough to make a statement. This man walks in fresh leather. He has options. The footmen return. One kneels to guide the straps over your arch. The other wraps and ties them up your calf in perfect mirrored symmetry. The excess leather is tucked beneath the knot and cinched with a polished bone pin. No buckles, no metal, just control. At last, the final layer. A light woolen pallium draped over your shoulders. It's a half cloak, pinned only at the front, and designed to look casual, even though its draping has taken 2 people 5 minutes and 3 recalibrations to get just right. The edges are embroidered with a subtle gold thread. Your insignia appears again, twice woven into the trim at either shoulder. It doesn't scream emperor, it purrs it. A mirror is brought in again. Bronze, polished. You examine yourself. Everything is as it should be. Tunic falls straight. Cloak folds cascade like painted silk. Belt lies flat. Shoulders squared, eyes clear. You look like someone who gets 8 hours of sleep and reads poetry over breakfast. And just as you're adjusting the fold of your pallium, the steward returns. Dominus, he says, your intimate grooming team is assembled. You pause. Of course they are. Because no matter how many layers you've just wrapped yourself in, no matter how elegantly you're packaged, there's still one more area of hygiene that refuses to politely remain untouched. You straighten your belt, clear your throat, and nod. Very well, you say. Let's make it quick. Because nothing says emperor like 5 trained professionals waiting to wax your imperial bits with quiet, professional horror. The intimate grooming chamber is tucked away in the most private corner of the palace, past 3 guarded archways, a curtain of woven silk, and a soundproof bronze door etched with dolphins, because if anything says let's not discuss what happens in here, it's a door covered in smiling sea creatures. You enter with the solemnity of a man approaching his own trial, which, in a way, you are. This is the one part of your hygiene ritual that never gets easier, no matter how often you endure it. The room is warm, quiet, and smells heavily of camphor and beeswax. A scent designed to blur the senses and presumably discourage you from fleeing. The floor is tiled with floral mosaics, and a curved bronze couch stands at the centre, draped in ivory linen. Beside it, 5 individuals stand silently, the intimate grooming team. They are specialists, highly trained, obscenely well compensated, and sworn to a level of secrecy that implies horrible consequences for loose lips. You nod to them. No words, none are needed. A warm cloth is handed to you. You wipe your hands. A footman gently removes your pallium. Another kneels and unties your sandals. Your overtunic is lifted and folded away. Then finally the linen underlayers. They're removed with a level of delicacy that feels both reverent and absurd. And just like that, you are completely bare once more, exposed to the cool air, to the silent judgment of professionals, and to whatever this day has in store for your more sensitive geography. You recline on the couch, arranged for modesty but not for denial. The The first attendant steps forward with a soft brush made of badger hair. He begins by sweeping the area gently, more to inspect than to clean, checking for ingrown hairs, blemishes, or signs of irritation. Once the inspection is complete, he applies a thin layer of olive and chamomile oil, warming it between his palms before pressing it onto the skin. The goal here is to soften both the hair and the mood. It barely works. Next comes the pumice. A small, smooth stone is rubbed lightly over the area, exfoliating the skin in tiny circles. You stare at the ceiling tiles, which depict a flock of birds in mid-flight, and try not to think about what part of your body is being compared to a calloused heel. Still, the result is a smoother surface, and for Romans, smoothness equals civilization. Then comes the hair removal. You'd hoped for just a trim today, a tidy-up, but no. The lead groomer clears his throat and holds up a tiny bronze bowl filled with a warm, amber-coloured resin. You suppress a sigh. Waxing, then. The resin is thickened with pine sap and beeswax, and smells faintly of citrus and burnt honey. It's applied with a narrow spatula in small deliberate strokes. The warmth is soothing until it's not. A cloth strip is pressed over the resin. There's a pause, a beat of silence, then the rip. You flinch. Not visibly, of course. Emperors do not flinch, but the air leaves your lungs in a soft, dignified grunt that probably makes its way into someone's poetry later. The waxing continues in small, precise motions, each one calculated for maximum coverage and minimal trauma. The groomers work in synchronized movements like a team of dancers, switching tools, warming more resin, whispering adjustments in a language of nods and gentle gestures. It is horrifying, it is clinical, it is oddly beautiful. And then mercifully it ends. The lead groomer steps in again with a soft cloth soaked in witch hazel and rosewater. The area is cleaned, then cooled. A small fan is waved gently over your lower half. Finally, a healing salve made from myrrh, honey, and lavender oil is applied with 2 fingers and a whispered prayer. You don't ask to whom, you simply appreciate that someone is spiritually involved in soothing your freshly waxed imperial terrain. Here's your historical oddity. Roman men, especially the elite, absolutely engaged in intimate grooming. Hair removal was considered a mark of refinement, and those who let their body hair grow wild were often mocked as either barbaric or worse, Greek. Satirists wrote about it, physicians encouraged it, and hygiene slaves perfected it. And while some methods included tweezing or scraping with bronze blades, waxing, though painful, was respected as the most thorough. You are now smooth as a mosaic tile, glistening faintly, and beginning to regain feeling in your thighs. The groomers step back and bow, not low, just enough to say, "It's done and you survived." You nod in return. There is no applause. There should be, but dignity forbids it. You stand slowly, linen re-wrapped around your waist, and take a breath. You feel lighter, cooler, possibly a little spiritually broken, but undeniably presentable. A mirror is brought, not for vanity, for confirmation. You glance. The skin is smooth, unmarked, lightly powdered. You look like a very expensive statue that came to life for tax season. The standard has been met. You redress layer by layer. The sublegaculum first, fresh, pressed, discreet. Then the tunic, once again falling just right. The belt, the sandals, the pallium, now folded more loosely, in that casual afternoon drape that says, "Yes, I'm serene, and no, you may not ask about it." And just as you're finishing, a page appears at the door, his face neutral. "Dominus," he says, "the court is assembling. The senators await your presence in the atrium." Of course they do. You nod, glance once more in the bronze mirror, and smooth a single fold along your waist. Because now you are ready, not just groomed, but prepared. Your breath is sweet, your skin flawless, your feet buffed, and your most vulnerable regions heroically waxed. Time to go face Rome. You step into the atrium with the slow, deliberate pace of someone who knows he is a walking performance. The sun cuts through the open skylight in golden beams, casting long shadows across the polished marble. The floor glows with the reflection of coloured tiles, and the room smells faintly of laurel and old power. Senators and high-ranking officials cluster in little knots, draped in expensive togas, their eyes flicking toward you with the subtle calculation of men measuring greatness, against your haircut, your stride, and yes, even your scent. You're flawless. They know it. You know it. That's the point. Your hygiene isn't a personal routine anymore. It's a political maneuver. You've been plucked, powdered and perfumed into a vision of stability. In a world constantly veering toward chaos, your image must remain unchanging, your skin must be smooth, your robe must smell of eastern spices, your eyebrows must be symmetrical. Rome is holding itself together by the strength of your cuticles, and yet even now, a single detail threatens to unravel the whole illusion. Your hair. A slave named Strabo is already waiting by the side of the atrium, holding a small lacquered box containing the tools of the imperial hairstyling trade. He's been managing your head for 10 years. He knows the cowlick behind your ear, the way your temples flare when you're angry, the proper angle of the imperial curl. He bows deeply and leads you into the adjacent chamber, the tonstrina, a quiet room filled with the faint scent of beeswax and burnt fig leaves. The styling chair is carved from olive wood and cushioned with dyed leather. You sit, shoulders back, and let the process begin. Strabo starts with the scalp examination. He runs his fingers gently through your hair, checking for dryness, flakes, or, gods forbid, bald spots. He says nothing, but you see his brow furrow slightly. He's found something. You brace. "Some dandruff, Dominus," he murmurs. Of course, you knew it. That tiny, traitorous itch behind your right temple wasn't imaginary. He gestures, and another slave arrives with a small bowl of hot oil, olive, infused with rosemary and crushed juniper berries. It smells sharp, medicinal, clean. Strabo dips his fingers and begins massaging the mixture into your scalp with deliberate care. His touch is firm but reverent, as if coaxing wisdom from your follicles. And here comes your fringe historical fact. Roman elite men didn't just get their hair cut, they maintained it like it was part of their legacy. Hair symbolized youth, vigor, and divine favor. Dandruff wasn't just gross, it was treasonous. Recipes for scalp treatments included everything from boiled celery water to paste made from crushed beetles and wine. Thankfully, yours is slightly more pleasant. Strabo continues the massage for several minutes, working the oil into your roots until your entire scalp tingles. Then he takes a linen cloth, wipes away the excess, and reaches for the razor, a curved bronze blade freshly sharpened and oiled. Today, you're not getting a full cut, just a refinement. The edges must be trimmed, the curls realigned, the whole structure restored. It's less a haircut and more a sculpting. Each lock is repositioned, snipped with care, then coaxed into place with beeswax. Your hairline is adjusted subtly with tweezers to maintain its pleasing symmetry. And just as you start to relax, Strabo lifts the final instrument. The dye brush. Yes, dye, because even emperors go grey, and grey is unacceptable. The dye is made from a mixture of lead oxide and vinegar, darkened with crushed walnut shells and sometimes a pinch of soot for that rich black finish. It smells vaguely of metal and regret. You lean your head forward slightly, and Strabo begins applying the mixture with a flat bone brush, starting at the temples and working back. You sit still as your hair is darkened in stages, transformed from mortal imperfection into ageless majesty. You try not to think about what this dye is doing to your scalp. You've heard stories, sores, rashes, even permanent staining. But then again, what's a little poison between a man and his image? Once the dye is set, a damp cloth is placed across your forehead to keep any rogue drips from marking your skin. The minutes pass in silence, broken only by the soft sound of Strabo combing through your newly darkened curls. After what feels like a lifetime, the dye is rinsed away with warm water and vinegar, and your hair is towel-dried, then lightly perfumed with rose oil. Strabo lifts a mirror, bronze, round, brutally honest. You look younger, more powerful, eternal. No one sees the stress, the arguments, the late-night scrolls or the nightmares. They see dark, gleaming hair and assume everything is under control. Strabo bows. It is done. You rise from the chair, shoulders square. The transformation is complete, but you're not quite finished. One last ritual remains, the capillum vaporis, or hair steaming. You sit on a stool while another slave brings a small pot of steaming herbs, thyme, mint, and dried lime blossoms. The steam rises around your head as you lean slightly forward under a loose linen hood. It opens the pores on your scalp, locks in the scent, and sets the style. As you sit surrounded by fragrant vapour, your thoughts drift to history. Julius Caesar wore a laurel wreath not just as a symbol of victory, but to hide his receding hairline. He knew what was at stake, so do you. Eventually the hood is removed and your hair is fluffed lightly. It gleams, it waves, it behaves. You step back into the atrium, now the complete product of Rome's most advanced hygiene and aesthetic technology. Senators glance your way, reassessing. That slight greyness from yesterday? Gone. That stray curl above your brow? Realigned. You're not just clean now, you're eternal. And as you move toward the council chamber, a junior aide jogs beside you and whispers, "Dominus, your underarms have not been rescented." You stop. You inhale slowly. He's right. You turn, cloak fluttering like a curtain before a storm. "Fetch the coriander salve," you say calmly. Because even now, even in triumph, your hygiene is not complete until your armpits are fit for Olympus. You change course mid-stride, a quiet pivot on soft leather soles, and the junior aide scrambles to keep up, scrolls flapping like startled birds at his side. The coriander salve is being prepared, of course it always is, just in case, because while your body is practically embalmed in every herb and oil known to Roman science, the armpits, those treacherous hollows, remain high-risk territory. They can betray you. They can ruin you. They can undo a week of spa-grade discipline with one impromptu waft. You enter the scent chamber again, a small warm room with mosaic floors and a domed ceiling painted with scenes of Apollo bathing. 2 hygiene slaves are already waiting, standing beside a low marble bench and a small brazier, puffing lazy curls of frankincense. The air is humid, fragrant, and carries a faint undernote of salt and old copper, remnants of the salves and potions applied to bodies more mortal than yours. You remove your cloak, then your outer tunic. The under tunic is peeled aside just enough to expose your underarms, which, by imperial standards, should be the dry, neutral in scent, and lightly glistening with oil, not sweating like a farmer after harvest. You raise one arm and brace yourself. The first slave steps forward with a clean linen pad soaked in diluted vinegar and lemon balm. This is the pre-cleanse, a brisk wipe to neutralize any uninvited odor that may have dared take root. The cloth is cool and brisk and just abrasive enough to make you aware of your choices. Then comes the fine powder. It's made from crushed iris root, rice flour, and a whisper of myrrh. Applied with a puffball made from lamb's wool, it settles over your skin like fine ash, absorbing any moisture and leaving a soft, clean scent that whispers rather than announces itself. You glance down. No residue. Good. Nothing should be visible. You're not some gaudy dandy slathering himself in perfume. You're an emperor. Your scent should unfold slowly, like political betrayal. Then the salve. The coriander paste is thick, golden green and slightly gritty, warmed in a shallow dish set beside the brazier. It smells of fresh earth and crushed citrus peel, with just enough must to suggest virility without being obvious. The slave dips 2 fingers into the mixture and applies it delicately, working it into your skin with slow upward strokes. It's soothing, subtle. A faint hum of heat follows. The other side is treated the same way. Cleanse, powder, salve. The entire process takes no more than 5 minutes, but you feel the difference instantly. The underarms no longer feel like weak points. They feel fortified, controlled, part of the carefully composed machine that is your body. And here's your fringe fact. The Romans had no word for deodorant as we know it, but they were obsessive about masking body odours. Personal scent wasn't just hygiene, it was status, personality or diplomacy. The wrong smell could imply moral decay, laziness, even treasonous thoughts. There were recipes for underarm pastes involving alum, goose fat, crushed mint, even tiny clay balls stuffed with herbs and tucked under the arms. And of course, the richest among them, yourself included, could afford scent slaves who specialised in underarm upkeep alone. Once the salve is applied, your tunic is smoothed back down. The fabric brushes against your newly treated skin like a seal of approval. Your cloak is redraped, the folds realigned. You look as though you just emerged from the womb of a god, fully formed and lightly citrus-scented. You glance at the mirror, still flawless. And now, finally, you return to the atrium. Again. The senators are still there, still pretending not to notice the delay. A few arch their eyebrows with calculated curiosity. You know what they're thinking. Is he aging? Is he faltering? Is that a Faint smell of cumin? No, it isn't. Not anymore. You move to your seat, a carved ivory and gold chair on the raised dais at the front of the atrium, and lower yourself into it with a precision honed by years of watching others flub their folds or lose their belts mid-speech. Your cloak falls around you like a curtain at the climax of a tragic play. A cup of cool water is placed in your hand. You lift it, sip once, and glance over the assembly with eyes as sharp and unflickering as a hawk carved in stone. One senator rises to speak. You don't hear him, not really. You're still running a silent inventory, hands clean, breath sweet, scalp soothed, eyebrows perfect, underarms secured. You are quite literally at your peak. But still, there's always one final detail. You lean slightly to one side and whisper to the chamberlain, "Has the loincloth been checked?" He stiffens slightly. "Checked and approved, Dominus." You nod. Of course it has. Every layer of your person is regulated. Even the part no one should see, because in Rome, presentation is empire. And hygiene, that's not just about being clean, that's about being immaculate, unquestionable. The kind of clean that makes enemies wonder if you've ever even bled. As the debate continues, grain tariffs, border negotiations, someone suggesting a tax on amphorae, you rest your fingertips lightly on the polished lion-head arms of your throne. The sunlight shifts, catching your cheekbones at just the right angle. Someone leans over to a fellow senator and whispers, "He smells like a garden, but also like war." Yes, perfect. And just when you think the day's hygiene rituals have finally run their course, a page appears at your side and bows. "Dominus, the laundry steward reports your evening linens are being scented with myrrh and neroli. Shall he proceed with lavender as well?" You nod slowly. A single sprig. Because bedtime hygiene is a whole other war. As the Senate session winds down and you rise from your ivory throne, the afternoon sun begins to drift toward evening. The shadows in the atrium stretch long and lean across the polished floor, forming distorted silhouettes of robed statesmen gesturing about trade routes and naval treaties. But you're done talking, you're done listening. You've nodded and waved and subtly flexed your impeccably groomed fingers enough for one day. Now, as you retreat back through the palace, you're already thinking about the next layer of your imperial ritual: clean feet, fresh sandals, and the final transformation into your evening attire. Your footsteps, cushioned by soft leather soles, make no sound against the marble. The halls are quieter now, torches being lit one by one. The scent of olive oil, smoke and sandalwood rises gently into the evening air. You arrive at the calciumentarium, the footwear chamber. Because yes, of course the Emperor has a room just for shoes. This chamber isn't large, but it's meticulous, with shelves made of cypress wood stacked high with sandals, slippers and ceremonial boots. Each pair has been catalogued, oiled, brushed and scented. And tonight's pair? They've been waiting. A footman appears carrying a cushion, upon which sits your evening sandals, more elegant than the ones you wore this afternoon, but still practical. They are made from supple dark leather, dyed a rich auburn hue that pairs well with the deep blue tunic waiting for you in the adjoining wardrobe chamber. The soles are padded with fleece. The straps are finer, designed not for long walks or public processions, but for graceful pacing across banquet halls and moonlit courtyards. These are feet-to-be-seen sandals. You sit on a carved stool and the footmen begin. First, your current sandals are unlaced with care, unwound from your ankles in slow, precise loops. Your feet are lifted gently onto a low platform covered in soft goat leather. A basin of warm water appears, infused with crushed mint, rose petals, and just a splash of vinegar. You soak your feet for a moment, just enough to relax the arches and soften the skin. Then comes the inspection. A second set of attendants step forward, kneeling to examine your feet like priests reading sacred text. They check for any signs of wear, dryness, calluses. A small rough patch on your heel is noted and immediately addressed with a pumice stone rubbed in tight, slow circles. Your toenails are rechecked. No need for trimming today, but a bit of buffing is in order. A soft leather cloth is used to shine each nail to a subtle sheen. Once your feet are dry, they're oiled again, but this time with a lighter blend, olive oil mixed with lavender and just a hint of coriander. It's massaged in with circular motions until the skin gleams. Then, as always, a light powder dusting, rice starch and crushed orris root, to keep your soles dry inside the evening sandals. The sandals themselves are then fastened with quiet ceremony. Each strap is wrapped twice, secured behind the ankle with a polished bone clasp. The fit is perfect, as always. You stand, flex, walk a few steps. The leather bends just enough, molds to your foot like a second skin. You are ready for the wardrobe. The wardrobe chamber is lit by low lamps that throw warm shadows across folded tunics, cloaks, and sashes arranged with military precision. The room hums with the scent of linen, cedar, and a whisper of incense, a blend specifically chosen to evoke calm and decisiveness. Your evening tunic awaits on a mannequin shaped to your exact proportions. It's deep blue, dyed with indigo and larkspur petals, a rare shade that tells the world you're not just important, you're rich enough to crush flowers into fabric. The tunic is short-sleeved, trimmed with narrow gold bands at the edges. It is soft to the touch and woven so finely it almost sings when moved. You step into it with assistance, the fabric cascading over your shoulders and down your torso like cool water. The belt tonight is a braided leather cinch dyed black and tied asymmetrically at your hip. Decorative but masculine, casual power. Then comes the evening pallium, a lighter, looser wrap than your day wear. It's deep grey with silver threading, designed to shimmer in torchlight. It's draped over one shoulder, clasped with a brooch shaped like a hawk's talon gripping a pearl. A subtle message, of course, elegance with danger. Once dressed, you approach the mirror. The bronze catches your reflection in pieces, the outline of your profile, the gleam of your collarbone, the clean lines of your newly styled hair. Everything is aligned. You nod once. Your reflection nods back with flawless approval. Here's your historical footnote. Roman evening wear wasn't necessarily more ornate than day wear, but it was meticulously chosen to project the right tone. Emperors used colour, texture, and even scent to dictate the mood of the evening. Deep tones for sombre affairs, warm golds and reds for festivals. The right fabric could send a message more effectively than 1,000 words spoken on the Senate floor. Your outfit tonight? Quiet authority. Now fully clothed, your final foot accessory is brought forward. A tiny vial of myrrh oil. The footman kneels once more and dabs a single drop behind each ankle. The scent rises slowly. A soft sweetness laced with spice. Subtle. Divine. And just as you turn to exit the wardrobe chamber, a page rushes in, breathless but composed. Dominus, he says with a bow. The scent master has sent 3 fragrances for your consideration. One includes crushed violet petals and is said to promote restful dreams. You smile faintly. Of course, because the day's not done yet. And your nose? Still working overtime? You wave the boy forward and gesture toward the scent chamber. Let's finish strong, you say, and make it sound subtle, like death wearing furs. Because hygiene isn't just about looking clean, it's about being unforgettable. The scent chamber feels like stepping into a cloud of memory, soft, fragrant, and just a little too heavy with meaning. It's a small square room with walls painted the colour of old parchment and low shelves cluttered with glass and ceramic bottles, each labelled in tiny spidery script. The air smells like 5 gardens dyed here in the most luxurious way imaginable. There's rose and cedar, myrrh and lavender, musk, cinnamon, pine resin, and some scent you can't quite name but always associate with funerals and lovers. The scent master is already waiting, of course. He's tall, impossibly slender, and dressed in a robe that somehow never wrinkles, not even when he bows deeply before you, his hands delicately holding a silver tray with 3 tiny amphorae. He says nothing. His eyebrows do the talking, arching just enough to let you know he has curated something exceptional for this evening's fragrance. You take a seat on the low stool by the window. A light breeze stirs the heavy air. The room flickers with torchlight, catching on the oil in the bottles and making them glow like small suns. You nod once. Begin. The first scent is uncorked. A test strip of papyrus is dipped and waved gently under your nose. Crushed violets, with a touch of ambergris and fig leaf. It's sweet, almost too sweet. The kind of scent that clings. You like it, but you wouldn't trust it near silk. The second, milder. Notes of cedarwood, dried bay leaves, and a whisper of smoke. Earthy, masculine, with the faint suggestion of something burning. It smells like dusk, like the last light of a day gone well. This one you consider, strongly. But the third is strange. Not unpleasant, just unexpected. A blend of neroli, mint, and a rare resin from somewhere east of Parthia. It smells like new parchment, crushed citrus, and something old and holy like a shrine. No one visits anymore, but still somehow stays lit. You blink slowly, let the scent rise into the top of your nose and then deeper still. You nod. That one. The scentmaster bows again, satisfied, as if he knew all along. The application is precise. The bottle is opened, the oil warmed in a small dish above the brazier, then applied in small dabs, behind each ear, at the pulse points on your wrists, the hollow of your throat, and finally a single drop just below your navel, pressed in with a fingertip. You're never sure if anyone smells that last one, but it's not for them, it's for the gods, or your dreams, or just to know it's there. You stand, and the scent trails behind you like a promise. Here's the quirky historical aside. The Roman elite didn't just wear fragrance, they believed it had power. Certain scents were used to sharpen the mind, to encourage fertility, to prevent nightmares, even to ward off illness. There were debates, actual philosophical arguments, about whether a man who wore too much myrrh could be trusted to speak on matters of state. Scent wasn't frivolous, it was identity, a fingerprint in vapour, an olfactory signature of rule, and now scented, dressed, pressed, and blessed. You return to your private dining chamber for your final light meal of the day. You're not here for a feast. Those happen at festivals, public events, military victories. This is the imperial wind down. A tray of warm barley cakes drizzled with honey, goat cheese blended with mint and fig, and a small cup of spiced wine served just above room temperature. You sit by the low table, leaning into the plush curve of the velvet couch. A musician somewhere nearby plucks at a lyre, something slow and repetitive, barely music, more like breathing in sound form. You eat slowly, savouring the textures. A crusty crumble, a soft melt, a slight burn of cinnamon at the back of your throat. An attendant steps forward with a wet cloth infused with lemon balm. He wipes your hands, your fingertips, even the spaces between each digit. You sip from a tiny cup of pine resin mouth rinse, sharp, astringent, bracing. Then you bite into a fennel seed candy that cracks between your molars and sends sweetness up your nose. The night is approaching now, soiree and velvet black, and with it comes the next ritual, evening bath preparation. Yes, again, but this one is quieter, smaller, less political and more personal. You don't bathe to impress anyone this time. You bathe to transition, to mark the end of the Empire's needs and the beginning of your own quiet. You're led down a side corridor into the balneum nocturnum, the nighttime bath. It's not a grand space like the morning or afternoon pools. It's intimate, almost sacred. The tub is sunken, carved from pale-veined stone, and the water is hot. Not warm, hot. Steam rises in thick ribbons, scented with crushed lavender, lemon zest, and a hint of clove. Candles flicker along the ledge, bathing the space in amber light. You disrobe silently. The attendants say nothing. They step away. This bath, unlike the others, is taken alone. You lower yourself into the water slowly, letting the heat wrap you like a shroud. Every pore opens, every muscle melts. Your mind loosens its grip. You breathe out, and the sound is swallowed by the steam. For a while you just sit there, suspended, heavy but light, clean but being cleaned further. The Empire is distant now outside these walls. The toga, the scrolls, the arguments, they drift somewhere out in the marble night. Eventually you reach for the cloth set beside the bath. You rub your arms gently, your chest, your neck. There's no oil this time, just water and heat, a rinse, a reset. And when you rise, skin flushed and eyes glassy from the warmth, a linen robe is already waiting. Heated, folded, pressed. You wrap it around yourself and feel like a man again. Not a statue, not a symbol, just skin, breath, and silence. Back in your chamber, the bed is being prepared. But before you get there, there's one last gesture. A small bowl of lavender and sage is burning by the window, and a slave holds out your nighttime fragrance. A subtle blend of crushed rose petal, benzoin resin, and a drop of cinnamon oil. You press it behind your ears, your wrists, the base of your spine. Not for display, for dreams. Because even in sleep, an emperor must be immaculate. Your bedchamber welcomes you like a whisper, cool and dim, layered in the stillness of late Roman luxury. The torches are lowered, casting flickering shadows on the coffered ceiling, where painted gods drift lazily through scenes of cloud and conquest. Somewhere near the far window, the soft trill of a nightbird filters in. You pause at the threshold. This truly is the most sacred space in your world. Not the Senate, not the throne room, not even the bathhouses. This is the sanctuary of final rituals, where the Empire recedes and your breath finally belongs to you. But before you reach your bed, before you can close your eyes, there are details to attend to. Of course there are. You may be the most powerful man alive, but even you are at the mercy of sheets, breath, and dreams. You begin with your linens. The laundry steward has outdone himself tonight. Your sheets have been washed in violet water, pressed under slabs of warm alabaster, and hung in an atrium filled with myrrh, smoke, and bay leaves. The result is a scent so subtle it barely registers, like the memory of a flower you smelled once in a dream. The linens are laid in layers. The base is a tightly stretched linen weave, the upper layer a fine wool blanket trimmed with blue stitching, and the top cover a silk-embroidered sheet featuring a scene of the sun god Helios steering his chariot across the dawn skidbase, its aspirational bedtime art. Two slaves move silently around the bed, adjusting corners, fluffing the goose-down pillows, placing a warmed stone at the foot beneath the coverlet. You'll never touch it directly, but the heat will rise slowly all night, like a quiet hearth under your legs. Another servant approaches with your sleeping robe. A simple pale tunic of unbleached cotton, so light it practically floats in your hands. You let them dress you once more, arms lifted, fabric slipped over your head. No belt, no sandals, barefoot now, vulnerable only in the safest room in the Empire. Before you sit, your evening face cleanse. You lower yourself into a small stool while the chamber's grooming slave, a boy barely out of adolescence, brings over a ceramic bowl of warm water laced with lavender oil and rose vinegar. He dips a cloth in and begins gently wiping your face, first the cheeks, then the forehead, then around the eyes with extra care. The day's oils and powder, carefully applied hours ago, now lift away like secrets from skin. Then comes a cold rinse, just enough to tighten the pores and banish any lingering sleepiness. A final balm is applied, something soft and scented with poppy seed and almond oil, massaged into your temples and down your jaw. Not for beauty, for rest. These touches are not theatrical anymore. They are medicinal. The older you get, the more fragile sleep becomes, and yet, the more essential. And here's your fringe detail of the night. Many Roman elites believe the body must be cleansed at night, as well as in the morning, not just to remove dirt, but to prevent bad dreams. Some physicians even claim that evil spirits clung to unwashed skin and could sneak into the soul during sleep. Hence, the nightly rituals weren't just cosmetic, they were spiritual protection. You lean back slightly as the final cloth is pressed to your skin, removing the last bit of balm. Your face feels cool, weightless. If anyone were to see you now, which they won't, they'd see something softer than the Emperor they know. Not weaker, just quieter, private. Now comes the hair wrap. Your scalp has been washed and oiled already, but a fine cloth soaked in sage water and wrung dry is wrapped around your head to maintain the shine, and to prevent your carefully arranged curls from flattening as you sleep. It's tied loosely, not for style, but for the shape of things. You are still managing your image, even in slumber. With that, the bed is declared ready. The slaves step back. The final torch is dimmed to a flicker. You climb in, easing yourself onto the smooth linen. It sighs beneath you, warm and scented and firm beneath the weight of history. A servant places a small dish of mulled wine and fig slices on the table beside your bed. You take a sip. It's sweet, heavy with cinnamon, and a drop of honey. One bite of fig, sticky and soft, just enough sugar to ease you down. Then the final night perfume. A blend of benzoin, thyme and violet, dabbed behind each ear and just at the throat. It's not strong. No one will smell it but you, and that's the point. A small brass brazier nearby releases a faint trail of sage smoke. You breathe it in. It's earthy, familiar, meant to soothe the mind, ease digestion, ward off darkness. It does all three, at least tonight. Your hands, freshly washed and lightly powdered, rest across your chest. The linen cover is drawn up to your collarbone. One slave whispers, "May Luna guard your dreams, Dominus." Another steps forward with a tiny carved figure of Somnus, the god of sleep, and places it on the shelf beside the bed. For luck, for tradition, for peace. You close your eyes. The Empire waits outside these walls. Its problems simmer beneath the marble. But your body is clean. Your mind, clear. Every part of you, from scalp to heel, from fingertips to hidden folds, has been tended, balanced, sanctified. You will dream as the gods do, flawless, perfumed, and just a little smug. And in the morning, you'll wake again to rosewater oil and the soft thud of a sponge in a bronze bucket. But for now, just sleep. The sound that wakes you is the softest thing imaginable. Barely a sound at all. It's the faint shiver of linen curtains brushing against the marble window frame, stirred by the breath of morning air drifting in from the colonnaded courtyard. The sky beyond is still a gentle grey, with just the first threads of dawn pulling up from the horizon, like golden ribbons. You don't open your eyes yet. You don't have to. Your body, trained by years of ritual, knows the sequence has already begun. The first slave enters your chamber silently, barefoot, and carrying a small bronze bell. He doesn't ring it. Not yet. He simply sets it on the table beside your bed and opens the shutters to let in the morning light. A second slave follows, carrying a folded linen towel warmed over coals and a bowl of rosewater. This is the awakening cleanse. Your skin will be touched but not washed. Greeted, not scrubbed. It is not yet time for full bathing. That will come later. You open your eyes. Your vision is met with the gently swaying canopy above your bed, embroidered with golden olive branches. The scent in the room is delicate. Lavender fading into citrus. Last night's perfume lingering like the ghost of a better version of yourself. You sit up slowly. The warm towel is offered to your face, and you press it against your cheeks, your forehead, your neck. The heat wakes you faster than any horn or trumpet. Your skin breathes again. The slave kneels and dips a cloth into the rosewater. He wipes your hands one at a time methodically, like you've just returned from a sacred rite rather than a quiet sleep. Fingertips, palms, wrists, clean again. It's not about dirt, it's about reset. The Roman belief was that the night carried unseen weight, and that even perfect emperors could gather spiritual residue during their dreams. Once your hands are dried with soft linen, you swing your legs over the edge of the bed and place your feet on a sheepskin mat. A third slave enters with a ceramic jar and uncaps it, releasing the faint scent of lemon balm and myrrh. It's not oil, not this time. It's a thick cream, designed to rehydrate skin dried out by the night's cooler air. He kneels and begins gently massaging it into your calves and feet. Long, slow strokes that send a quiet hum through your bones. You don't speak. You barely blink. You're not truly back yet. Not until the sponge. And here it comes. The fourth servant arrives, carrying the batilum, the morning sponge, soaked in hot water steeped with mint and rosemary. It's soft, wide, and shaped like a folded palm. He wrings it out gently, letting the steam rise in twisting spirals. You stand and he begins to wipe your torso, starting at your shoulders and moving downward in broad, smooth passes. Your tunic from last night has already been removed. You're again bare, but not exposed. This process is too ceremonial for shame. He doesn't scrub, he polishes. The sponge glides across your chest, your back, your sides, each sweep followed by a dry cloth to catch the moisture. He avoids the face, too delicate for this texture, but he cleans the back of your neck and the crook of your elbows with special care. These, oddly enough, are considered prime sweat regions in Roman medical texts. They believed if you kept these joints clean, the body remained cooler and more balanced. Questionable? Maybe, but it does feel refreshing. Your hair is unwrapped from the sleeping cloth. It has held its shape, mostly. One curl near your temple has rebelled. It will be dealt with later, probably by Strabo and his terrifyingly judgmental tweezers. But for now, the priority is scent. The scent steward enters with a tray of options. Morning fragrance is lighter than what you wore last night. Brighter, cooler, designed to project clarity and vigour. There are 4 choices today. You're in no mood for heavy spices. The musk feels too aggressive for a breakfast audience. You choose a citrus blend. Lemon peel, thyme, and a hint of green olive oil. It smells like clean wind. Like waking up in a mountain villa you technically haven't visited since the last census. The oil is dabbed along your collarbones and wrists, with a light mist across your shoulders. Nothing below the waist this time. Morning is not for seduction, it's for diplomacy. Next comes the breath. A silver cup of diluted wine mixed with anise and clove is placed in your hands. You sip. It burns lightly, killing whatever ghost of last night's fig paste still lingers. Then you chew a strip of candied fennel root and spit into a small bowl. A mouth rinse of vinegar and mint follows. Sharper, more bracing. You swish, hold it, spit again. Finally, a touch of powdered honey dust is rubbed onto your tongue with a small linen cloth. Your breath now smells like you've been awake since sunrise, and born clean. And now, the underlayer. You're presented with the first tunic of the day. A sleeveless ivory piece made of tightly woven Egyptian linen. Chosen not for style, but for function. It's your undergarment, the layer that sits closest to the skin. It's been warmed, scented with bay leaf, and stitched with silk thread at the seams to prevent chafing. The slaves lift it over your head and pull it gently down your body, smoothing it against your torso like the final touch on a statue. The fit is snug, but it breathes, and most importantly, it protects the outer tunic from you. And here's your curious detail for today. Roman elites often wore more than one tunic at a time, not just for layering, but for class distinction. A visible second tunic could mean extra wealth, or extra fastidiousness. Some emperors were known to change tunics several times per day, especially during summer months, to avoid even the idea of sweat. Your record so far is 8. You're not proud, but you are impressively dry. With your base layer complete, a light breakfast is laid out on a side table. A small plate of honeyed barley, 2 dried dates, and a piece of goat cheese rolled in crushed fennel seeds. You eat slowly, seated on a cushioned bench facing the open courtyard. Doves coo from the rooftop. Somewhere below, the first clang of the city's day can be heard. Wagons on stone, slaves shouting orders, the unmistakable wheeze of an overfed merchant trying to outpace a tax collector. The empire stirs. You, however, are already perfect. As the golden morning deepens and Rome hums awake beneath your palace walls, you rise from the breakfast bench, body crisp and breath fragrant, hair only slightly rebellious. Outside, the city bakes gently beneath the early sun, its rooftops hazed in smoke from clay ovens, and the perfume of street vendors already hawking morning pastries. But in here, inside your world, there's still one ritual left before the world demands your presence again, the manicure. You enter the grooming chamber, the same place where so many other acts of maintenance and magnificence have taken place, and take your place on a cushioned stool beside the open window. The morning air threads through your robe. It carries a faint whiff of sweet basil from the palace garden. It almost feels private. The manicure slaves await. 2 of them, one for the left, one for the right. They bow and kneel without a word. Between them sits a lacquered tray of small, terrifying tools. Tiny scrapers, ivory sticks, beeswax balms, bronze scissors no longer than your pinky, and the finest nail file you've ever owned. Made from pumice dust bound to cloth so smooth you once mistook it for velvet. The left hand begins. First, the inspection. Each finger is lifted, turned slightly toward the light, examined for signs of neglect. None are found, of course. You're not a stonemason. Your hands are the hands of an orator, of a god, of a man who hasn't clenched a fist since the last time a senator forgot your birthday. Still, they check. The nails are trimmed to imperial length, not too short, which implies nervousness or overcleaning, and not too long, which borders on vanity. Each edge is snipped with a slow, satisfying click. The filings are swept into a bowl as if they were gold dust. The cuticles are softened with oil, almond, with just a hint of coriander, and pushed back with a gentle touch. No blood, ever. You once dismissed a barber for nicking your finger. That was 5 years ago. No one's forgotten. After the trimming, the filing, it's a delicate art. The shape of each nail must match the natural curve of the finger, slightly squared at the top, never pointed, never jagged. You glance down. The file moves in tiny strokes, fast and rhythmic. It tickles, but you don't flinch. The rhythm is oddly meditative, like listening to distant rain. You imagine senators staring at your hands during meetings, envying their symmetry, their steadiness, their eerie glow. Because yes, glow is next. Once the nails are shaped, each one is buffed with a cloth soaked in beeswax and rosemary oil. Not polished to a shine, no. You're not an actor, just enough to catch the light. Just enough to look like you've never lifted anything heavier than a goblet. And finally the fingers are massaged, each joint, each knuckle, with a camphor and honey balm. It soothes, It cools. It makes you forget briefly that you're responsible for maintaining stability across a collapsing Mediterranean superpower. And now, the feet. Of course you already had them tended yesterday, but the rules of Roman appearance are relentless. Clean today doesn't mean clean enough tomorrow. So the slaves repeat the ritual on your toes, clipping, filing, oiling, buffing. They don't talk. You don't talk. It is sacred silence. You sip from a small cup of barley water laced with thyme as they work. You think briefly of the frontiers, of the rising prices of Egyptian grain, of the architect who's 3 months late finishing your new mosaic. Then you return your focus to your pinky toe, being massaged with the devotion of someone praying. Your quirky history fact for the hour? Roman grooming manuals didn't just exist, they were bestsellers. Wealthy citizens exchanged scrolls outlining hand care regimens, recipes for homemade waxes, and the precise angle at which to file nails for maximum social impact. A badly trimmed thumbnail could be interpreted as evidence of insanity. One senator famously accused his rival of treason based solely on the fact that his pinky nail curved oddly to the left. That senator won. After the manicure is finished, your hands are rinsed in warm wine. Yes, wine. Not for show, but for its acidity. Believed to tighten the skin and kill invisible impurities. You flex your fingers and admire their effortlessness. Your nails reflect the early light like little mirrors, each one saying, "I'm at peace, I control everything." Then the seal. A small pouch of perfumed powder is brought forward. You choose the rose poppy blend. The powder is dabbed between your fingers into the webbing at the base of each nail. It smells faintly of sleep and distant memories. The feeling is pleasant, like pressing your hand into fresh silk. You clench your fists once for balance, open them again. Perfect. Next comes the daily ring. Your signet ring, heavy, golden, set with a carved carnelian, awaits on a velvet cushion. The stone is engraved with your seal. An eagle clutching thunderbolts in its talons. It's more than jewellery, it's identity. It seals laws. It marks letters. It's the thing people look at when you gesture and wonder if they should be kneeling. You slip it onto your right hand. It glides into place like destiny. And finally you stand. The robe is adjusted, the sash retied. Your sandals, already warmed and laid beside the step, are fastened. Your fingernails gleam, your feet glow. Your hair is still holding its shape from yesterday's styling, but a few locks are teased into place by an attendant with a swan feather brush. You blink, inhale. You are once again the image of divinity. Just in time, too. A page enters and bows. Dominus, the public appearance courtyard, is prepared. The crowd awaits. Of course they do. Because they know, somehow, instinctively, that you are presentable now. Flawless. A man whose fingers alone could settle civil unrest. You smile faintly and extend your perfectly buffed hand. The page helps you down the step, eyes carefully avoiding your glow. It's time to go be seen. Because in Rome, being clean isn't just survival, it's power. And your hygiene, that's your empire's first line of defense. The marble courtyard stretches ahead like a blank page waiting for your footprint. You emerge into the golden morning light beneath a colonnade hung with purple banners, your sandals tapping softly on the cool stone. The crowd beyond the balustrade is a quiet mass. No shouting, no frenzy, not yet. Just that pregnant hush, the collective inhalation of people waiting to witness perfection. And perfection, of course, arrives exactly on time. You walk slowly, deliberately, every movement controlled, every fold of your tunic exactly as it was meant to fall. The sun catches the fine powder on your collarbone. A shimmer travels with you as you step into view. People do not cheer, they observe, because this, more than a speech or coin or law, is the performance they've come to trust. The daily miracle of an emperor who has, somehow, avoided smelling like a person. You pause at the marble railing. Below, citizens stand in quiet admiration, eyes wide, hands folded, mouths shut. Children are hoisted onto shoulders. Old men squint toward you like they're staring directly into prophecy. Your scent, carried gently by the courtyard's garden breeze, citrus, olive, and the faintest hint of lavender, drifts down among them like incense. You offer the simplest of gestures, one hand raised, palm open. Clean, manicured, fragrant. The message is clear, you are real, but not quite reachable. You stay just long enough for the moment to take root. Then you turn, retreating behind the pillar's shadow with the elegance of a silk curtain falling. The marble sighs beneath your heel. The people murmur. The spell has worked. again. But even now the rituals continue. You pass through a side corridor, not to return to your chambers, but to the final, most exclusive hygiene rite of all, the midday transition. You won't bathe again, not yet. But there is another cleansing to perform, one more suited to the peculiar demands of imperial presentation. The scent steward awaits in a small shaded room where vines crawl along the window and the light filters green and soft. He bows as you enter, gesturing toward the reclining couch in the centre of the room. This is not a medical chamber. This is something else, a liminal space, a reset for the senses. You recline. The steward brings forth a ceramic vessel filled with a chilled mixture of rosewater, powdered barley, and finely crushed mint. It's not for drinking, it's for dabbing. He dips a cloth and begins to press the mixture to your pulse points, wrists, temples, ankles, inner elbows. The coolness is shocking at first. A gasp slips past your lips before you can stifle it. But then comes the relief, the sense of melting into your own body again after the performance. This is the opposite of the public courtyard. There you are divine. Here you are human again, briefly. The ritual is called lenimentum inter diurnum, a midday soften and scent, practiced only by the wealthiest and most idle. The logic is simple. You've been standing in sun, in robes, under scrutiny. And even if you haven't sweated, because gods forbid, your skin still needs refreshment. So you receive it like a desert drink shade. A second cloth is brought, infused with crushed violet and lemon zest, and gently swept over your neck and the backs of your knees. You didn't even realise how warm those areas had become until now. The violet scent is strong but clean, and it wakes up your mind in a way no philosopher ever could. And here's your last curious fact. Roman physicians actually wrote at length about how midday cooling could reduce irritability, balance the humours, and, this is real, make the soul feel more even. One claimed that a properly scented armpit at noon could prevent bad decision-making until dusk. Another swore that lemon balm on the ankles improved moral character. Science? Questionable. Intention? Absolutely there. Once your body has been cooled and refreshed, a small bowl of oil is brought forward. Something different now, lighter, airier, infused with frankincense resin and almond blossom. This isn't rubbed in, it's flicked, literally flicked, onto the skin in droplets using a tiny silver brush. Your arms, your throat, the backs of your hands. Each flick lands like a signature. You are still composed, still scented, still sovereign. Finally, a powder. Not heavy, not the full-body dusting of your pre-breakfast glory. Just a little bit, made from orris root and crushed sage, gently pressed into the folds of your tunic where it touches the body. It will prevent clinging. It will keep your presence dry and divine through whatever dull meetings the afternoon may bring. And then you sit up. You run your hands across your knees, and they are cool, dry, soft. You inhale, and your body smells like peace. Not victory, not seduction, not danger, just peace. You are the eye of the storm again, right where Rome needs you to be. A page steps in. "Dominus," he says, "the philosophers are assembling in the northern garden." "Of course they are." You nod. A fresh cloak is brought forward. Pale grey, lightly perfumed with cedar. You drape it yourself this time. Your hair still sits just right, thanks to last night's sage wrap. Your skin still glows faintly, a testament to your oil and vinegar routine. And your hands are a triumph. You exit the chamber, leaving behind the scent of violets and cool linen. As you pass through the hall, a senator you don't like nods at you. He's a little too warm, a little too sweaty. His robe clings where it shouldn't. You nod back, almost kindly. 'Cause you smell like control and Rome still believes in you.